Before the PNA Region 6 Summer Conference 2021 begins, here are the following announcements. Participants' microphones are muted by default during the entire conference. If you have questions about the topics, please type in the Q&A box located at the bottom of Zoom's interface. Questions collated by the moderator will be asked after the lecture. Kindly use the chat box to type your comments, and for better viewing experience, keep the standard view in Zoom. Thank you very much. Before the PNA Region 6 Summer Conference 2021 begins, here are the following announcements. Participants' microphones are muted by default during the entire conference. If you have questions about the topics, please type in the Q&A box located at the bottom of Zoom's interface. Questions collated by the moderator will be asked after the lecture. Kindly use the chat box to type your comments, and for better viewing experience, keep the standard view in Zoom. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Dr. Sherwin S. Wallace.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2021 Philippine Nurses Association Region 6 Summer Conference live via Zoom with the theme, Nurses, a Voice to Lead, a Vision for Future Healthcare. This summer conference is being hosted by the Philippine Nurses Association Region 6 Antique Chapter. COVID-19 has changed our lives, deeply affecting those who have been infected and those who have lost loved ones as a result of this devastating virus. The pandemic greatly impacted the lives of nurses and health systems they serve. Although daily life has changed, the core of nursing has not. As a result of COVID, health systems and healthcares are under enormous strain. However, in response to this pressure, healthcare is at brink on large-scale disruptions and innovations. As the largest provider of healthcare services, nurses are leading this revolution of healthcare system. To formally begin today's program, let us all together bow down our heads and invoke the intercession of our Almighty Father with a doxology through a virtual chorale by the V6 Philippines. This will be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, the Antique Provincial Theme Song, and the Philippine Nurses Association Hymn.
was the gift to thee. 'I all resign,
Bugay kang makaako, bugos ang kasaysayan kang nagliligad, sa diin ang unang barangay ginpasan. Ang ike nga maanya, butakang dina nga mangga, ang imong baybayin kagkapatagan, angat sa putli mo nga kabukidan. Ang tike banwa nga hamili, besay kang amon kabuhi, himpit kagkayuyon nga palanggaan, ang imo pagbuwat matigayon. Tungod kang imo katawhan, kamalaman kagkabataan, sandig sa ginpasat kang kadatuan, banwa nga hilway kag may kalinungan. Ang tike banwa nga hamili, besay kang amon kabuhi, himpit kagkayuyon nga palanggaan, ang imo pagbuwat matigayon. Ang tike banwa nga hamili, besay kang amon kabuhi, himpit kagtayuyon nga palanggaan, ang imo pagbuwat matigayon. Ang imo pagbuwat
would like to remind our participants that in able for you to obtain an 8-unit CPD, you are strictly required to attend the 2-day conference. Your logins and your logouts in this platform will strictly be monitored by our able technical team. At the end of this activity, you will be receiving an email link for your evaluation. Upon the submission of your evaluation, you will be receiving your certificate of attendance. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the following chapters comprising the PNA Region 6. PNA Region 6 is headed by their chapter president, Loida M. Enero from PNA Aklan chapter. We have PNA Capiz chapter headed by their chapter president, Ronel O. Flores. PNA Iloilo chapter headed by their chapter president, Rosana Grace Bello de Lariarte. We have also PNA Negros Occidental chapter, headed by their president, Bethel Basinang. PNA Antique chapter, headed by our president, Aris Kindel R. Bungabong. And these are the PNA Region 6 chapter presidents, comprising the PNA Regional Council, headed by Dr. Leia P. Alayon. To formally welcome us all, let us listen to the Governor of the Philippine Nurses Association Region 6, Dr. Leia P. Alayon.
Audio check, please. How's my audio, sir? Sherwin?
Yes, ma'am, it's good.
Okay. I cannot see my picture on the screen.
We can clearly see you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Violeta Lopez, President, Filipino Nursing Diaspora Network, Sydney, Australia. To our PNA National President, Mr. Melbert Reyes, Honorable Mary Salvani, Member, Professional Regulatory Board of Nursing, Dr. Annabel Borromeo, Director, Center of Nurse Impact and Patient Outcomes Action Lab, Dr. Nerissa Giuriel, Deputy Executive Director of Nursing Services, National Kidney and Transplant Institute, Mr. Joaquin Sapul, Nurse 5, West Visayas State University Medical Center, Honorable Rodora Cajao, Governor, Province of Antique, current and former members of the Professional Regulatory Board of Nursing, current and former Board of Governors, colleagues from numerous nursing organizations, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning, everyone. On behalf of PNA Western Visayas Regional Council, it is my pleasure to welcome you all. to 2021 PNA Regional Summer Conference. We are truly honored to all of your support, particularly to our keynote and plenary speakers for accepting our invitation. We truly appreciate the strong support of PNA Regional Council, to all the PNA chapter presidents, board of directors, and members of the House of Delegates. May I express my heartfelt gratitude to PNA Antique chapter, led by Dean Alice Kendall Bumangtong, chapter president, for hosting this event. Special thanks also to St. Anthony Administration for the use of this webinar. Our theme is Nurses, a Voice to Lead, a Vision for Future Healthcare. This year's summer conference will seek to show how nursing will look into the future, as well as how the profession will transform to the next stage of healthcare. Our theme is fitting tribute to the significant roles of nurses in ensuring the highest quality of healthcare services in our country and the whole world. At this period of uncertainty caused by COVID-19 pandemic, we Filipino nurses are courageously challenged to lead in ensuring a healthier tomorrows. PNA's initiative in advancing the welfare of our nurses are commendable. This health crisis cannot stop activities of the association by inspiring nurses to act as advocates for the nursing profession. PNA has been awarded as the most outstanding accredited professional organization among 40 professional associations in the country. Its core values of love of God and country, quality and excellence, integrity and collaboration continue to serve its goal of maintaining global competitiveness among Filipino nurses. To my fellow nurses, thank you for your dedicated service and compassion, and even sacrifices for our patients. Together, we can win this fight. I wish everyone a meaningful virtual interaction in this conference. God's blessing be with us at this big endeavor. Mabuhay ang Filipino nurses.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alayon, for your rousing words of welcome. To acknowledge our participants, may we call on Nurse Arlene Faith Sanchez, Secretary, PNA Antigua Chapter.
Good morning, everyone. I am honored to acknowledge our participants in today's session of our 2021 Philippine Nurses Association Summer Conference. We are grateful for the presence of our keynote and session speakers. Also together with us are our former and current PNA Board of Governors. We are also delighted to be joined by our nurse leaders and guests. Also with us are our chief nurses and nursing directors, deans of colleges of nursing, nurses from the different PNA chapters of Region 6, Aklan, Antique, Capiz, Iloilo, and Negros Occidental, nurses from PNA chapters in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and from outside the Philippines. We are also acknowledging all participants who are joining us via Facebook Live in the official PNA Facebook page. Thank you for being with us today in our 2021 Philippine Nurses Association Summer Conference. We are looking forward to be with you again in our second day session tomorrow. Dr. Wing?
Thank you very much, Nurse Sanchez. Our keynote speaker is the president of the Filipino Nursing Diaspora Network, a professional organization serving the Filipino nurses who are working and living outside of the Philippines. It is currently the only Filipino nursing network at the international level. She is currently the chair professor of the School of Nursing in Hubei University of Medicine in China, an adjunct professor of the School of Nursing in the University of Tasmania, and board of director of the World Federation of Critical Care Nurses. She is also a transcultural nursing scholar and an international editor of the Journal of Nursing Management in China. She serves as a consultant to develop and review undergraduate and postgraduate nursing curricula, an active researcher and mentor for PhD students, novice nurses, and academic researchers. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Dr. Violeta Lopez.
Are you going to control my PowerPoint or I can?
You can control your PowerPoint, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning to everybody. And thank you for the Philippine Nurses Association Region 6 for inviting me today to give you my views about Nurses, A Voice to Lead, which is really an auspicious day or 2 days of your conference addressing the International Council of Nurses movement. How can I control this myself?
You click the next, ma'am.
I did, but nothing happened.
Can you try again, ma'am?
Sorry, can we go back then? Where is it? Okay, in order to address the conference theme today, I would like to focus on this presentation regarding voices of nurses. Rarely sounded so clear. And with this presentation, I would like to focus on these 5 major objectives. Why do nurses' voice rarely heard? Why do nurses need a voice? Why is the Institute of Medicine Future of Nursing report so important for this theme? And what can be done for nurses to be heard? So there are so many problems wherein nurses' voice hasn't been heard so clearly in the past. And still it is occurring in the present. Because nurses have difficulty articulating their practice and the difference it makes that are understood outside the profession, especially the other healthcare disciplines, and some of them, mainly some of the politicians or some of the policymakers, and some patients who may be confused about what really is our role. Nurses traditionally shield away from associating themselves with the word power. How many do you see nurses who are appointed in the government positions, not only in the Philippines, but also worldwide? Many nursing leaders also struggle to connect the big picture to the smaller picture of what nursing profession is all about and what we can contribute to the country in general and even to the world. We carry out many policy decisions despite our first-hand knowledge, but we are still underrepresented at the senior board members, whether it is in the hospital situation, in the community situation, and even nationally and globally. So in order to have this voice, it is really important that we need to have a voice in order to be mindful that our profession needs to be heard by all people that we serve and all people that we actually connect with and partnered with. The problem at the moment, of course, is not new because our health expenditure continue to escalate and rise as the years go by. We still need to address the global population, the changes in the age distribution of the nurses, and also the patients that we look after. We still need 18 million health workers to work to meet the needs of the population. At the moment, there are 20.7 million nurses and midwives across the world. But additionally, we need more 9 million nurses and midwives to achieve the universal health care system before the end of the decade. We still have inconsistencies in the professional capabilities of nurses between countries and regions. This is because of the different nursing education system, the different number of years, the different clinical competencies and capabilities of our nurses, especially in terms of career progression and specializations in nursing. We still have a question of gender and stereotypes and disproportionate representation in ethnicities and positions of nurses across the globe. We still have poor retention and recruitment of nurses, and we still have low pay and poor working conditions. Retention of nurses is really very important nowadays because of the COVID pandemic, which is actually impacting the burden of nurses, the anxiety and depression, and the sickness that they may have in overcoming this problem. You can see in this graph from the WHO that gender equality in our nursing workforce is still a problem. We still need more nurses to work for us, with us, in order to meet the healthcare goals of the population and the whole world. You can see, for example, that still, especially in the Southeast Asia region, that we still have a very low percentage of male nurses wanting to work with us in the nursing profession. The gender pay is also really an important aspect that we have to consider because women are paid lesser than men. It is only recently, for example, in Australia, that women's movement is being really focused in the forefront of the government policy nowadays in terms of increasing pay for nurses and equality in the number of senators, of representatives in our government. For this presentation also, I would like to highlight the key messages of the Institute of Medicine, because this report is really very important for us to consider how nurses' voices can be heard. This report focuses on how nurses' roles, responsibilities, and education should change to meet the increasing demand for advancement in care improvements in an increasingly complex healthcare system. The report also lays out a vision of the future healthcare system that would make high-quality care accessible to all, promote wellness and disease prevention, improve health outcomes, and provide compassionate care throughout the patient's or person's lifespan. The first key nursing message from this report was that nurses should practice to the full extent of their education and training. And you can see, for example, in this slide, that there are so many different careers that nurses can be involved in. Nurses must become health coaches, care coordinators, primary care providers, health system leaders in a greater variety of settings, including primary care, medical centers, nursing homes, patients' homes, and should be accountable for care organizations. Nurses must also be clear about independent practice and collaboration. Be explicit in the message to physician partners that it is not about replacing them, but working with them to the full scope of their profession and practice. The recommendation by the Institute of Medicine pertains to the needed change at the federal, state, and local levels to facilitate the uniform independent practice, including prescriptive authorities of advanced practice nurses, which in the Philippines, of course, has not yet happened, but in other parts of the world, nurse practitioners have a prescriptive authority already, and they can have set up their practice and charge their consultation fees under the Medicare system. One of the key to assist with identifying what are educating for us to define the scope of nursing. Consistently defining and maintaining the currency of the scope of practice is recognized as the key regulatory activity and approaches that are needed. ICN maintains that articulating and disseminating clear definitions of the roles nurses engage in and the profession's scope of practice in nursing is a really great responsibility for all of us. The second message in this report is that nurses should achieve higher levels of education and training through an improved education system that promotes seamless academic progression. The nursing profession must adopt a framework of continuous lifelong learning that includes not only basic education, but also residency program and continuing improvement in their clinical competence. Increase in the proportion of nurses with a baccalaureate degree to 80% has been recommended in this report by 2020. But we have now passed 2020 and we still haven't really achieved this goal at this time or this year or even in the next year. So again, this is a responsibility of the nursing schools across the world to ensure that we have maintained this goal of nurses being educated for the basic undergraduate or bachelor's degree. There was also recommended that we should have double of nurses with a doctorate degree. by 2020. But this, of course, hasn't been met yet because 2021, we still don't have doubled the nurses with a doctorate degree. And doctorate degree is not only important for those who are teaching in the university, but also it is also important for those nurses who are working in the clinical areas because they are seen as probable leaders in our healthcare system who can actually give a voice for nurses across the globe. The third message was that nurses should be full partners with physicians and other health professionals in redesigning healthcare system. The WHO Framework for Action on Interprofessional Education and Collaborative Practice is a very good report that has to be read by all. Nurses must cultivate new allies in healthcare, government, and business, and develop new partnership with other clinicians, business owners, philanthropists to help realize the vision of a transformed healthcare system. This framework emphasizes the importance of interprofessional education for the development of collaborative, practice-ready health workforce that is able to provide person-centered, collaborative practice and is being prepared to respond to the local healthcare needs. There are some schools of nursing nowadays that actually have this collaborative education. From my experience working at the National University of Singapore, in simulation wards, medical doctors, pharmacists, and student nurses all work together to solve a clinical scenario and case studies. They also have joined forces in providing health education and healthcare in the community. The clinical practice also, where I used to teach before, was that in clinical practice, especially in community health, we send out our medical students as well as our nursing students to go home visits in order to them to experience working together and to be able to understand each other's role at the first beginning before they go back to being a registered doctor or a registered nurse. And in this study, we found that it has really been really effective because it's not only encouraging them to work together, but it also highlights the important role of each other expertise in order to provide a good patient care at home and in the community setting. The fourth one, of course, which is really important to us, is to have an effective workforce planning and policy making required, that is to have a better data collection and information infrastructures. Planning is required to achieve a reformed healthcare system with a clear understanding of the contributions of the different values of the healthcare professions in terms of the number and composition of each of these disciplines. A shortage of nurses, as I said before, is still a big problem nowadays. It is expected to be intensified as the baby boomers population ages. The need for care grows and healthcare workers continue to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. Even pre-COVID-19, the Bureau of Labor of Statistics had projected registered nurses to be one of the top occupations for job growth through to 2028. It is expected to grow by 12% and reported that 3,700 nurses are needed by the year 2028. Nursing remains a female-dominated profession, but slowly, I hope that we are beginning to recruit the number of male nurses into the profession. So we have to really work together in order to increase our recruitment policy and to determine why we have very few male nurses joining the profession. We have to also look at the WHO, the State of the World Nursing Report that was published last year in 2020. It was emphasized that nursing leaders and their in-country networks will be integral to the processes of ensuring the quality and validity of data and participating in policy dialogue. It was also emphasized that communications, advocacy, and coordination will be crucial to maximizing in-country engagement. And this is where nurses should really work hard in order to achieve these goals. So who is hearing our voices? Dr. Tedros, who is the WHO Director General, of course, have heard some of our voices when he actually announced during last year the International Nurses and Midwives Week. Nurses play a crucial role, not only in delivering healthcare to millions around the world, but also in transforming health policies, promoting health in communities, and supporting patients and families. Annette Kennedy, our ICN president nowadays, said, ICN wants the voice of nursing to be heard around the globe, to spread the word about our great profession and how it contributes to the well-being of the world. So what can be done for nurses' voice to be heard? We need to define and own our nurses' voice. We really have to be unified and really promote what is nursing in a very simple words, a layperson words that everybody can understand. It is not only through our actions on how we take care of our patients, but this is also about how we actually communicate to them, to the community, to our other disciplines in the healthcare system. We have to be advocate of our profession, raise our profile and status worldwide. We have to support each other, lead, learn, and build. No more this eating the young thing that it was happening recently or even in the past, but still happening now in terms of incivility. We have to really support the young nurses joining us. We have to support other nurses who wants to gain leadership positions because they have a central role in health policy development. We don't have to be jealous of our nurses who may want to excel because they may have the capability to really support and voice out what nursing is all about. We also work as a unified whole in order to lobby health leaders to invest in the nursing profession, to introduce new models of care, not only person-centered care, but also models of care based on the nursing theories that we always study during our education, either in undergraduate or postgraduate, and even through our research that we do. A model of care that has been evidence-based because it has been trialed for effectiveness in improving patient outcomes. In the past, nurses have been really active in calling to actions, but having some of these models of raising voices sometimes can be really helpful, but sometimes it cannot be really helpful because we are going to be criticized as making some sort of riots and demonstrations. So we have to really be mindful which ones would be much more effective in people hearing our voice. So what can be done again for nurses to be heard? Again, I want to emphasize the importance that we should also include the voices of the young, the underrepresented practitioners, because they are the ones who will be future leaders of nurses, because of the increasing number of nurses who are going to retire. We have to include the voices also of nurses who work in a group nationally and across borders. We have to listen to each other, not only within our own country, but to listen to other nurses in other parts of the world who may also have the same problem and share initiatives or strategies that can actually raise the voices of nurses to be heard. We also have to be mindful that recruitment of nurses is really important, especially those who have been involved in some leadership positions. We now have some nurses who are representative in the Senate or other government positions, and we have to really support them. We also have to conduct research. It's not only the practice or the clinical practice that is important, but it is also important that the outcome of our research in terms of clinical effectiveness of nursing interventions and patient outcome would actually be a really good voice to be heard, because it's not only in terms of our oral presentations of what are the effective models of care, but it is also what is being published and read by many people. Because nurses nowadays do research and publish their outcome, not only in nursing specific journals, but also in medical journals, in newspapers, and also in media, like radio interviews or television interviews of what nurses can do at work. We now have celebrations of nurses who have been really at the forefront of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is one way wherein nurses' work has been really promoted. So what can be done for nurses' voice to be heard is also, as again, to reiterate the intersection between education, labor markets, and health sector. Again, this has been also in the key messages of the Institute of Medicine report for the future of nurses. The global strategy on health resources for health workforce highlights, of course, again, interprofessional education and collaborative practice are both essential in addressing healthcare workforce challenges globally. This implies that workforce training should be genuinely multi-professional. Collaboration and partnership among disciplines, industries, and patients are important. Nurses, as frontline health leaders, must identify current and future opportunities for collaboration, partnership, and engagement in leadership, scholarship, policy, and practice to improve healthcare outcomes for communities. So what is being done nowadays for nurses' voice to be heard? Every year, ICN brings a delegation of nurses to the World Health Assembly to make interventions a topic of importance to the profession. Nursing needs to be present, as effective, as vocal, and as visible at the regional WHO decision-making bodies. Work more closely with nurses who are in regulations, education, government, hospitals, and clinic to let them know what nurses really need to know. What sort of preparations do our nurses need to have? What are the competencies that nurses need to have in order for them to excel in their practice? In the recent news alert from Geneva, the International Council of Nurses and BBC StoryWorks announced a 12-month campaign consisting in the production of a series of video films in conjunction with ICN National Nurses Associations, the 135 of them. The films will be showcased and shine a light to the global nursing workforce. And it is due to be premiered at the virtual ICN Congress on the 2 to 4 November to mark the start of a year-long multi-platform campaign. So you should actually check your website about when these films will be taking place. So Annette Kennedy, also the ICN president, said and announced this StoryWorks. I am delighted to announce this wonderful project with BBC StoryWorks, part of the BBC Global Network, which will capitalize on the increased interest we have seen in nurses during the pandemic. It has been such a terrible time, but the pandemic has certainly opened many people's eyes to our profession and the skills, hard work, care, and compassion that nurses provide. Nurses, the largest segment of the healthcare workforce, are essential to make this voice a reality because of their frontline role in patient care and the bonds they form with patients and family members. Dr. Fields also said, nursing has a responsibility to society to prepare a healthcare workforce that is truly going to serve and be able to truly care everyone. We also now have the World Health Organization appointed chief nurse. Dr. Elizabeth Iro said in her opening address in the ICN conference in Singapore, a transformation is happening at the World Health Organization itself that had given rise to the unprecedented and long overdue recognition for the contribution and value of nurses and midwives had allowed into the profession important to the worldwide platform. So our voice really matters because we have the power of nursing. We have the power in numbers, in our nursing associations, and the trust and credibility of the work we contribute. We have the power and potential for what we can do for ourselves and the health of the planet. And we already have the power of our structures that we can rely on. So these associations that you have, the PNA, for example, Region 6, have so many different chapters, and you have this number, and you have this potential, and you have the structures nowadays to work together for your voices to be heard. Thank you very much for listening. I'm not sure if they're because my PowerPoint just stopped.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lopez, for your insights that will forever inspire us nurses to be heard in the community and with other disciplines, reminding us to support and listen to the new nurses at the start of their profession. Your message will motivate us to do more in our chosen field of nursing expertise. We will now award the Certificate of Appreciation to our keynote speaker. The citation reads, Philippine Nurses Association Incorporated Region 6 Council, Western Visayas, Philippines, awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Violeta Lopez for her valuable involvement as keynote speaker of the 2021 PNA Region 6 Summer Conference with the theme, Nurses, a Voice to Lead, a Vision for Future Healthcare, conducted via Zoom on May 2021 from 8 o'clock a.m. to 12 o'clock p.m. Philippine Standard Time. Signed, Aris Kendel R. Bungabong, President, PNA Chapter. Signed, Dr. Leia P. Alayon, Governor, PNA Region 6. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Lopez. Our first plenary speaker is currently the director of a nonprofit organization, the Center for Nurse Impact and Patient Outcomes Action Lab, whose primary mission is to improve patient access to healthcare. She has worked in the areas of patient experience and patient safety for more than 20 years, beginning from her early years working in the United States. She was formerly the Senior Vice President for Operations at St. Luke's Medical Center, Quezon City, and Chief Nursing Officer of St. Luke's Medical Center, Quezon City and Bonifacio Global City. She earned her Master's in Healthcare Administration at the George Washington University and Doctor of Philosophy in Nursing at the Texas Women's University. Today, she will be discussing the concept Nurse in the 21st Century Health Systems. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first plenary speaker, Dr. Annabel R. Borromeo.
Good morning to everyone. How is everyone today? If you're feeling really good and pumped up after the talk of our beloved keynote speaker, Dr. Violeta Lopez. Hello, Dr. Lopez. I hope you still remember me. Please type 1 in the chat box now. May I see those ones, please? Very good. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Great job, everybody. I know it's hard to keep the energy up when it's a Zoom meeting, but I'll try to do that today. I see that we have 484 participants in Zoom, and we also have an audience in Facebook, I believe. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Especially special mention Dr. Leah Alayon, our governor, who has been instrumental in ensuring that our programs get pushed this year, despite all the difficulties that we have. Thank you so much. Thank you to our honorable keynote, our dear keynote speaker, Dr. Lopez. The reason for the gratitude, the overflowing gratitude from me is, and love from me, is that you actually gave us a blueprint for what we want to be able to do in the Philippines. Although the future of nursing is something that we have always believed in, the resources here sometimes are barriers. However, today is not the time to talk about the barriers, although I will adjust my talk to ensure that we also have responses to the talk of Dr. Lopez. I also want to say hi and hello to our honorable board members of the Board of Nursing. I think Dr. Merly Salvani is here today representing our Board of Nursing. Of course, our beloved President of the PNA, National President Dr. Melbert Reyes, officers and members of the Regional Council of Region 6 PNA, to all our deans and chief nurses here today, and all of our participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for this very warm welcome. So today my task is to help us to understand how to navigate nursing in the 21st century health systems. And that was what I intended to do at the time of the invitation. However, I did a little bit of tweaking, and so I hope you will forgive me for making it more relevant to our Philippine setting. Okay, so may I have the next slide, please? So when you talk about the 21st century, it actually ends on Friday, 31 December 2100. That's a full 80 years from now. And when I look at my life right now and how old I am, and by the way, I'm 65 years old as of this moment, that's a full 80 years from now. And really, the expectation that I will be alive at 140 years old is, I think, expecting too much. That's beyond the lifetime or the lifespan of someone. So of anyone. I haven't heard anyone who has lived up to the age 150 or so. But the reason why I say this is because I have to be able to, when conveying to you what needs to be done and what needs to be accomplished in the next 80 years, I I understand and fully appreciate that I am not going to be alive when the century ends. Okay, so that is very very I don't know. It inspires me to stretch, I guess. Okay, next slide, please. So if I had a crystal ball, and that's exactly what you wanted me to do, is to look at my crystal ball and gaze at it. And next slide, determine what the future holds. And that's a big, big task. And I think Dr. Lopez has already done that for us. And she actually gave us a roadmap for reaching that future, because that future is going to be filled with gadgets. It's going to be filled with AI. It's going to be filled with computerization and so on. And I guess from this limited point of view, I am not really perfectly sure what the next generation of healthcare systems will be, but this will be my best attempt. Next slide, please. So that road is going to be strewed with both promise and peril, but I will focus on the potential, specifically the potentials that can be found if you choose to stay in nursing here in the Philippines. Um, while I cannot be the person who will say, do not leave the country because the country needs you, I feel that I have no moral authority to say that because I myself benefited from this choice of being able to leave the Philippines for another country. For those of you who do not know me, I worked in the United States for 23 years. And I stayed there thinking that I would retire there. But at the age of around 40, which was 20 years ago, a series of situations came about that gave me the clear message. I think it was from God to encourage me to think about returning home. One of the specific incidents was when I was a supervisor at the hospital that I was working in at the time. I was an evening supervisor, and I went up to the unit and asked the charge nurse there who was the sickest patient, and she told me that the sickest patient just came up from the operating room. And so, as my practice, I went into the room and I saw that something was very wrong. And so I immediately went out. I got back to the nurse's station and I asked who the nurse was who was taking care of the patient. And the response was, our new Filipino nurse who had barely been in the country for a month. And when I asked when I asked to speak with her, and in the privacy of a conference room, she asked me. I asked her what the case of the patient was, and of course she told me. And then I focused on what I immediately saw was clear and immediate danger to the patient, and that was that I saw that the output of the chest tube was milky white. And I was thinking in all of my critical care experience in the last maybe 20 years or so at the time, what was going to have to cause that uh, the white drainage. And nothing in my head said anything. I was even thinking Kyle, I was thinking everything. I was thinking, and I was trying to rule it out. And because I saw that it was white, and then, and this is a true story, I'm not making it up. This is verified. And I saw that it actually was milk that was put inside the chest tube because the order was milk the tube, PRN. And that was when I realized that perhaps it was time now to return to the Philippines after having worked in the United States for 23 years. And I turned to my husband, um, and I told him that my heart was longing to return to the Philippines. And he also is Filipino, or he's dearly departed. He left us 3 years ago. And he immediately said, let's return. So the perspective that I'm going to offer to you is that of someone who's worked elsewhere, and also of someone who has now spent the last 20 years or so here working in the Philippines and trying to contribute to what we need to do to improve nursing here in the Philippines. So I am very much for focusing on the potential as well. Next slide, please. So to start with, I want to talk about what one of our idols, I guess, the great thinkers of our time. And he said, that's Dr. Albert Einstein. He says, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. And so as I speak with you today, please be open to what I have to say. No cancel culture at this time, but I'm trying to propose an alternative way of thinking and perhaps doing, because thinking is useless actually without the doing part. And so while in Zoom, the limitation is that we can only change thinking, I would very much be happy if when I speak here in front of you, that you can translate it somehow into improving and elevating your practice, just like Dr. Lopez has indicated in her talk. So let us put our thinking caps together today, and then let us have a very conscious effort to ensure that the same thinking we used when we created our problem is not the same thinking that we will use to get out of the problem. Next slide, please. So let's talk about, since we're talking about systems, okay, I will try to focus on the Philippine healthcare delivery system because this is our immediate environment. And while we have plans to leave the country at some points in our career, and I guess I would encourage you to do that as well, but would encourage you to return, um, just as I did. So I spent half of my productive life in the United States, and now I have spent the last 20 years of my productive life here in the Philippines. And I will, from that standpoint, I will say that it has been very fruitful, and it has been a holistic approach and a point of view that I appreciate. I really appreciate in the way that I make decisions regarding my career and my contributions to Philippine nursing. So let us put on as well our systems thinking caps, because I guess there is no blame to spread around at this point. What we want to be able to do is get on with the action part and action component part, while we work on the motivation part, so that we have enough incentive to move forward and act on our system. I'm not talking about individuals here. I'm not talking about why we got to this place and where we're supposed to be is what I'm going to focus on. But how we got to this place, I think we spend our time in rhetoric like that, just like our dear Florence Nightingale has admonished us. She says she wastes no time in words, and she wants to be able to just uh, be active. And so next slide, please. The other thing that I want to say is we grow through inquiring and reflecting on what we do and why. And that has really helped me in the course of my practice to be reflective and to understand exactly what things I could have done better and what things I would do better in the future. And I would um, suggest that kind of daily thinking just before you go to bed, as you go to bed every day, because then it helps to enlarge our understanding and appreciation of where we are today. And we constantly reflect on the nature of being arises through the doing. And so as we speak, I mean, as we think, so must we act. Next slide, please. There are people who are raising their hands, but I will leave it up to to our coordinators to see what they want, because I want to be able to finish my lecture first before I answer questions. So cut to the chase. Let us now go ahead and answer the question. What kind of systems do we expect from the 21st century? So here is the future organization of care delivery. This is the systems. These are the systems that you will have to work with for the next 80 years. I'm talking worldwide. I'm not talking Philippines, because I think some of these will probably be here in the next 20 to 50 years. And as we know, the Philippines is resource limited. It is a low resource or medium resource country, and therefore some of the actions that we would like to take that require resources will probably not be seen or not come into fruition as yet, because of the liabilities, because of the barriers, and some of the issues that will pose a threat or a challenge to quick action on these problems. That on the left side, you will see that inpatient care in the next maybe 20, 30 to maybe 80 years will not be a place for the patients that we see today. So the entire hospital will be an ICU. In the future, all of the patients in hospitals will be ICU care, requiring either two nurses to one patient. These are the kinds of patients who have hemodynamic instability and who will require titrating of hemodynamic drugs, for example, or equipment that are so complicated that you need two nurses to take care of the patients. And I'm not talking about critical care here. I'm talking about the entire hospital. This will be the level of care that our patients will come in with. Very complex and highly technical. It will need us to be very technical in our skills. The procedures will be very complex. There are procedures now that help us grow limbs, even as we speak today. There are scientists out there in the labs who have not yet commercially produced or made these processes commercially available. But if, for example, you lost your leg from cancer or an accident, what you can do is in the future, okay, this is in the future, but it's happening today in labs today in the United States, for example, and perhaps Australia, that you will have procedures where technically they can insert uh, organ growing cells. And then the cells you can watch grow day after day. This is already possible even as we speak. So as our educational system copes with this kind of new developments, and these are very fast developing, we will need to adjust maybe our teaching methods and the way that we train nurses as we move forward here. It says here that the future organization of care, delivery of care, will be MD driven. But I also have seen literature out there that say that one of the first professions that will be very severely affected by the fact that our artificial intelligence is fast being produced is when the computers get to the point of being able to diagnose diseases and even predict diseases based on algorithms. And physicians, they say, will probably have a very minor role when that point comes, because the human brain at that point, maybe 30 years from now, 50 years from now, cannot compete with the brains of the robots. That is what I am hearing from all accounts. These are what our futurists are talking about. Nuval, one of the authors, the great thinkers of our time, Nuval Harari, Dr. Nuval Harari, who has written 3 very futuristic books about where mankind is going to be in the next maybe 200 years. He says that in the next 200 years, there will be no more humans, that this will be an area of humanoids. It will be human and robots, everything that we have seen in science fiction. And so this will be a totally different world that we are going to work in. Okay, now where will the hospital be in the health systems of the future? If only the critical care patient, the critically ill patients are going to be found in hospital, where will the sick patients be? But they're not critically ill. They will be at home. And so there will be hospital at home. The concept will be hospital at home. Inpatient services will be given at home. This will be lower acuity care and procedures. And this, I think, will be MD driven but implemented by RNs. So that is a place where RNs can really take over and make their mark in. And then next, you will note that homes will be found in communities, but the communities will be smart care communities, which are geological ecosystems of care where the post-acute care is facilitated by community resources, by community-based resources, and not necessarily hospital-based resources. This is going to be run and led by advanced nurse practitioners. And so whether we like it or not, okay, whether because I understand that some organizations really are not supportive of the advanced nurse practice role that nursing leaders are are putting forward. This is going to be the reality in the next maybe 10 to 20 years in its full capacity. But we are trying to make it real here because the new nursing bill that we are proposing will have this as the centerpiece. The fact that we are expanding nursing practice, it has been done all over the world, but the Philippines has not yet caught on in a legal and formal way. But because we've been doing this expanded role in communities and even maybe clinics all over the Philippines, however, we did not have a legal basis to stand on as we practiced in advanced practitioner roles. And then smart care then is a combination of smart home care, previously explained to you, and then retail healthcare. Retail healthcare is that conglomeration of clinics that are mostly found in malls or maybe standalone clinics that will retail their particular brand of services. Uh, right now, it's dermatologic. It's what do you call this? This dialysis centers, and perhaps in the next 2 to 3 years, we shall see the emergence of surgical surgery centers. But this will be now an entire ecosystem of healthcare working together in the community, well placed in the community, and ensuring that comprehensive healthcare is available. And the focus is going to be on staying healthy, not anymore as much in taking care of the sick. Although there will still be that component of care, it will not be the end all and be all as it is today. There will be also mobile healthcare or M healthcare. M healthcare we are seeing today, it has been uh, quickened, pushed, accelerated by the presence of the pandemic, and that is going to continue and even become more prominent as we move forward. Then we have virtual care. This is telehealth. These are on-demand interactions of the care, and there will be triage and systems that will identify, that will act as guards to care. So before you can enter, there will be these people that you will talk on the phone, or not even people, even robots now can do this in the future. And this will serve as the entry system now towards the access to healthcare. And then there will be virtual command centers where all these health services are given through a traffic control system. So it really is exciting. It's a bit scary. It's not going to be the familiar landscape that we see today. But as I said, let's keep an open mind because progress cannot be stopped. But the progress that we will see really depends on the actions that we take today. So we need to be very responsible stakeholders because we indeed as nurses have a great stake in the future of our profession and the future of the healthcare delivery system here in our country. Down below, you will see that every institution will be connected. That's in 20, 30 years from now. There will be no problems with Wi-Fi connections and so on. There will be instant access to the internet and to the resources that you need to take care of patients in a safe and quality manner. Uh, and those are all going to be the realities of the future. And then on the right side here, bottom right side, you will see that our consumers will also be very well connected. Today, we have a few hospitals that have what are called patient portals, and that is how patients now connect to our institutions. But in the future, everyone will have access to care now. Maybe some hospitals right now in other parts of the world are at this point, but they are ahead of us by a few years. Again, it's because our resources are limited. And this is why progress in our neck of the woods, so to speak, or in our part of the world has become a little bit delayed. Now, when I left the Philippines to go to the United States, I found that when I landed in the United States, Texas, which was the what I consider my home state, has been ahead by 20 years, or was ahead by 20 years in terms of the equipment, the processes, the systems, and so on. And I see that that is what we still have at this point. Next slide, please. Okay, so I will run through all the things that you need to be expecting as you nurse in the 21st century. We will have the wearables right now here on the upper left side. You have a Fitbit-like instrument, or a Fitbit-like gadget. And these are now going to be developed to be as powerful with X-ray capability, MRI capability. One doesn't have to go through these heavy machines to get diagnosed. There will also be, these wearables will be so powerful that even at home, one will be able to monitor his or her condition, and a warning sign will already be beeped if there will be an anticipated crashing on the patient's part. By crash, I mean the hemodynamics fail, the patient gets sick and so on. Right now it's about gut feel. What does the patient feel right now? But this one is even before what the patient feels, even when the patient feels well, if the electrolyte imbalances are there, if there are viruses that are already stalking the cells that are in the patient's body, the wearables will be able to give that kind of a call to action, so that then you get to see your doctor as quickly as possible. This is by the end of the 21st century, this will be all normal. Here on the right side, you will see this one is already available in other countries. And this is called the CardioCore. This is the future of ECG. I'm just telling you all of the gadgets that are coming out. Instead of the old style that we see now, where a lot of these electrodes are being put on the chest, there will only be one right now, and the patient actually can go home and be monitored. So telemetry can be done with this very tiny gadget. This is what nurses of the future are going to have to work with. And these are going to be very fast moving, fast breaking technologies that are going to come out. Now, these are for the nurses, like I'm saying, these are for the nurses who choose to leave the country and have pursue careers with countries that have these kinds of technologies. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, here's another one. And this one is available now as well in the United States, in the UK, I believe in Australia as well. This is called the cytokine storm detector. You will note that many of the new and innovative things that you will have to work with will be our gadgets and our equipment, new equipment. What this does is it too is a wearable, and it monitors pro-inflammatory cytokines that you will anticipate will show up prior to a septic shock condition or prior to an infection. So this is being tested now on patients who may have been exposed to COVID-19 in an effort to prevent a deterioration to a downward spiral towards mortality. Okay, so these pro-inflammatory cytokines, you see them trend upwards. You could treat patients early, even before they develop symptoms. Now, as you can see, I have a sinking feeling that you are thinking, so what is my role when all of these gadgets are doing these things? Well, number one, you have a patient attached to these gadgets, and you have a patient who will understand that there are abnormal findings, because all kinds of beeps and so on are going to be emitted by these gadgets, and your focus is not on the gadget. Your focus will be on the patient wearing the gadget, because as you know, these are called wearables. So patients will be wearing these, and you have to focus on that patient. I'm checking the time here. I have another maybe 40 minutes or so. So next, please. Okay, there will be AI and robotics. AI is artificial intelligence, and this is now going to be the future. These are our future physicians, because the time that it takes where to come up with a diagnosis is better handled by the brains of a computer. And that has been recognized by societies of physicians, and they know that their profession is probably going to have a lifespan with this. The nursing implications for AI are not that clear at this point, because um, except perhaps in the area of whose orders now will we follow? Is it the AI doctor's orders, or is it the human doctor's orders? And in 200 years, Dr. Harari has been saying, there will be no human physicians. There will be robotic physicians only. And so these are what we are seeing coming down the pipe in the next several years. Next slide, please. And then, Elon Musk, who is the owner of Tesla, who is now working or has worked into perfecting electric cars, is also now working in his other company in SpaceX on a trip to Mars, because he is now projecting that in the next several years that there will be a lack of physical space in the whole world, in the planet Earth, on planet Earth, and therefore he is now looking at building communities in places like Mars. So this is a depiction of a Martian community. We will all be living under domes of glass or plexiglass. Exciting, huh? Okay, next slide, please. But now here's my oops moment, and my oops moment is, and I'll take the next 40 minutes of my time saying oops, because I don't know if what I'm saying right now is relevant to all of us here in the Philippines. It might be closer to what our contemporaries in other countries might be looking forward to. So, in an effort to be relevant, next slide, please. Hashtag not relevant to me. And I understand that, because 20, 21st century, 70 years nursing, many of us might not be alive at this time, di ba? So this is why whenever I speak, and this is my attempt now at saying, okay, whoops, because while I can tell you about these 21st century changes, are they relevant to us? Perhaps not at this point. It's nice to know. But what our actions must focus at is on what we can do today. So let me see what I can do to refocus our conversation, discussion, this lecture here on more relevant topics. Next piece, please. Next slide, please. So while I want to be entertaining, which I have tried to do by making this very light, I also want it to be interesting, and therefore I have a smattering of comments and stories that I have told you so far. And I hope that in the next several slides will provide you with the value that you have been waiting for. But really, my focus is on relevance, because what I have to say needs to really have an impact in your life. And that has been my goal whenever I turned 60 years old, is I don't really want to waste the people's time who are listening to me. And so here is my attempt at relevance at this point. Next slide, please. So as we look at what's happening in the Philippines, there are three areas that we need to focus on: the circle of concern, the circle of interest, and the circle of usefulness. Concern, the circle of concern are those systems that you are concerned about because in some way, shape, or form, you know something is wrong, something is not right. The second circle of interest here is when you look at systems, you think about, that's interesting, that needs to be improved, that needs to um, probably be adapted. And then the circle of usefulness is the utility of it all. How is it useful to my practice today? And so that is the framework, and that those are the lenses that I am going to use in order to discuss this topic here moving forward. Next slide, please. Hello? Yeah. So I'm going to look into the distant, I was looking at the distant future, but then I realized let's really look at the near future, because that really is what is going to be affecting our life today. Next slide, please. So nakakahiya naman kasi baka nga naman what I was discussing earlier was not relevant. So I would like to make a correction. I would say make a little detour so that I can focus on what is relevant today. Now, the premise is that what we do today is what will determine our tomorrow. And so this is why I do not want to let this day pass without without addressing what you can do today. Next slide, please. So our health system may function with compassion. I'm talking about the Philippine health system, with competence, at times with sheer excellence, because I've worked in hospitals here in the Philippines where you can say they equal or even better some of the best care that are found in other countries. Um, I was chief nursing officer of St. Luke's Medical Center, Quezon City, and SLM, and Global City for a while there. And I have seen the excellence that our physicians, nurses, and other members of the healthcare team have shown. In the area of robotics, for example, uh, we are we have pockets of excellence, but the question is not for enough Filipinos. How many of those Filipinos will be able to access that kind of care? And that is really what has been bugging me and eating at my heart, and asking the question of, is this healthcare that we are so proud of accessible to many Filipinos? And the answer, it breaks my heart to say this, but it is not enough. Not enough for enough Filipinos. For too many Filipinos, our healthcare system is a tyranny, and that means for them it is more a curse than it is a blessing. And why is that so? Next slide, please. Because today, many of our top-notch institutions, they require that we go through a virtual front door, and not many Filipinos are able to do that. They cannot access healthcare through virtual front doors because, not many of them really have the resources and the means to do that. Next slide, please. And so the main point that I'm going to make today is that we, each individual nurses, need to think about the problem of access to healthcare. That is for me the main goal of each of the nurses, the main goal of contention, of reflection, of action by nurses who work in the Philippines is how to improve access to healthcare. And this is why I formed the NGO that I am now head of, which is to test systems, preferably nursing systems, that might be an alternative to going for abroad for Filipino nurses who may want to practice here in the Philippines, who may want to get paid a living wage. And so what we want to do from my standpoint as the director of the nurses for healthcare access, for equitable access to healthcare in the Philippines. This is an action lab, and so we test models. And currently, we are planning on testing models of nursing dyads who might go to geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. The nurses will be paid in our concept note by PhilHealth. And so um, as long as you're able to reach patients or communities who need help in this instance, you will be paid well. Of course, the motivation of most nurses is probably not going to be money, because that is what we know of millennials today. They are really moved by a purpose and a cause. Secondary na lang po ang pera. Unlike our baby boomers, kasi our baby boomers were conditioned to work in a hospital and retire from there, and then, retire with a pension, and that's it. Okay, but I think the millennials today, they are driven by purpose and passion. And so if we can provide them with enough purpose and passion projects that will move them and entice them to stay here and provide care to Filipinos, as envisioned by the universal healthcare. Okay, move on, please. Next slide. So there are 4 components of access to healthcare: the coverage, and this is insurance coverage; the services, what services will be covered, and of course, in universal healthcare, it will be primary care. Also, sorry, I am trying to, and the next one is, let me just move is timeliness, and the fact that uh, many patients die without even seeing a healthcare provider means there's a problem with timeliness. And most of the timeliness issues are due to transport, lack of transport. And then, of course, the workforce part of that is nurses who are competent and who care enough to provide uh, care even to those who are unable to afford. The focus will be on 100% Filipino coverage. Next slide, please. So the WHO, unfortunately, in 2000, this is a recent study, 2017, labels a healthcare system as well functioning if it provides impartial access to quality healthcare regardless of pay dimensions, while protecting them from financial consequences of poor health. Healthcare in the Philippines does not meet these set standards. Now, this did not come from me. This is WHO saying that the standards of Philippine healthcare uh, did not meet this WHO standard of well-functioning, because it says it must provide impartial access. And at this point, if you are poor, sorry na lang po. If you are infirm, sorry na lang po. If you cannot buy your own medicines, sorry na lang po. That is the reality that we are sharing at this point. And therefore, this is why I felt that I needed to pull you back into the reality of the Philippine healthcare system. Next slide, please. So this is the harsh reality. And the harsh reality is our healthcare system does not meet the well-functioning standard of WHO. And that is really an indication that is something that should challenge all of us, because we are part of this system. We have made this system. And even if we want to run away to other countries and contribute there, this is still our system. This is still our challenge. Next slide, please. So this is the reality. This is where people, sorry for the the slide not being as readable as it needs to be. But this is how our Filipinos who live in GIDAs get to a healthcare facilities. They are transported through rugged terrain, geographical terrain, through very crude methods. Here we have a piece of bamboo and a hammock made out of blankets. Uh, there are there is a shortage of physicians. There is not a shortage of nurses. We are maldistributed. we tend to converge in areas in urban areas rather than rural areas in GIDAS. And then, how can we sleep at night knowing that many Filipinos undergo these kinds of hardships just to access care? Okay, next slide, please. So also we have as a context devolution, and devolution occurred in 1992. And it essentially left the management of several institutions. Some of the DOH retained are still with DOH, but many of the smaller hospitals, the secondary hospitals, of course the rural health units have always been have been devolved um, for a while there, for a moment there, and even today they are devolved. So it's the local government units that administer many of these institutions. Next slide, please. In the pandemic, we know that a national response is required in pandemics, and so next slide, please. This is a call to action. Each and every nurse needs to examine his or her, not conscience, but in your mind. Is it time now to renationalize our healthcare system? We've had since 1992 this experience with devolution. And there have been many studies that have been shown to show that there are communities that are benefited by devolution. Those are the communities that have that where its community members pay a lot in terms of taxes. I'm talking about Makati, for example, Quezon City, etc. But there are many communities out there, and I think um, um, in the Visayas there also have been self-standing hospitals run by the LGUs that have been run with efficiency. But now each nurse must understand where he or she stands in terms of renationalizing our healthcare system. Next slide, please. I have another 15 minutes. We realize that the system is broken. There is fragmentation of care. We do not have a concerted system for navigating our patients through all these different levels of care. So we need to do something to fix it. Next slide, please. And so what we have done in the meantime, before we can fix, is be resilient. In fact, this has been the buzzword of many of our lectures in the past. Yan po yung commonalities ng resilience. It is considered positive. It is capacity and ability. Ganyan po. That is how we normally look at resilience. It is strong normative, sometimes even prescriptive orientation. But as I look at what we have done in terms of resilience, I think there is a dark side to resilience that has really limited our progress. And that is because we are being admonished to be resilient. Ayun, ano na ang nangyayari? Yung resilience natin, parang ganito na. And I saw this nice poster during the time of yung mga floods. Next slide, please. Sabi, nakakapagod na maging resilient. 'Di ba? This is it's widely circulated meme na naging viral. Kasi ilang beses na nga namang nag-flood, ilang beses na nga namang nagkaroon ng typhoon, etc. And then, all we are told is, sige, maging resilient tayo. Okay, then, ito na yung meme, nakakapagod na maging resilient. In other words, if none of us acts in the small ways that we are capable of acting, and we keep being disunited or not united, and our small efforts really don't get into the point of the tipping point, wala po. Whatever it is that we are doing today will never guarantee us the future that we know. Okay, so next slide please. Ayan, kaya ito na ngayon yung ating um, here is our hope for the future. Universal healthcare. There is a law now that protects kalusugan at kalinga para sa lahat. Next slide please. Sabi nga ni Stacey Abrams. Si Stacey Abrams, I don't know if you know her, but she is an American. She ran for Congress, she didn't win. And then she saw that her goal in life was to ensure that there is representation at the highest level. So if she didn't win, then she will help others who are running for office at the American Congress. Um, be facilitated, who will speak up for the voices of those who are disenfranchised. And so she took it on as a parang core value of hers and a passion project. And she said it is our responsibility. When the rules are broken, we fix them. When the system is broken, we take it over. Therefore, we take responsibility in whatever way. And so the question on your mind should be, but Dr. Borromeo, we are not in government. We are not legislators. Precisely, the, the point that I'm trying to make is those of us who feel like we have those talents, we need to run for office. And the PNA and all other organizations are going to support you. Tell us what your platform is. Okay, so some of you might say, ikaw nga, Dr. Borromeo, you are not running for office. It is true because feeling ko lang, hindi yan yung gift ko. My gift is that of being a teacher, a mentor. But some of you have the gift. You have the gift of legislation. You have the gift of being lawyers and so on, aside from being nurses. If you have that as your dream, then go for it. And the Philippine Nurses Association and every nurse is going to support you as long as you ensure that yeah, you know the your agenda is aligned. Next slide please. Malapit na po akong matapos, siguro mga 10-15 minutes na lang. So here is the framework that we are trying to propose uh, in thinking about how we must do this. Nurses must be at every table here that's represented in policy, at high levels, organizational and hierarchical levels. Buti nga kung nasa board of tayo ng mga hospitals eh. It's great that nurses should be part of hospital boards because that voice, as Dr. Lopez has said, that nursing voice needs to be heard. I remember my dismay at being asked to come uh, in a particular healthcare institution. And I noticed that they were planning on building a new wing or a new annex to their hospital. And so the question is, was a nurse on board when you were planning these changes? And the answer was no. My God, that's a mortal sin. Di ba dapat merong nurse's voice doon sa table while they were planning the care, I mean, planning the design of the new healthcare facility? Oh, so ano yun eh, anytime you're the chief nurse of that institution and that you're not being asked to sit at the table, at the decision-making table, then you need to be able to go and lobby for that right. Organization tapos sa frontline. Of course, what we have a lot of are the frontliners, but we need more nurses in organization and policy. So, ready for change na tayo kasi our future, our 21st century future is dependent on our actions today. So, the stages of improvement are the pre-planning, then the planning, implementation, and then the spread and sustainability. These are what we need to go through in terms of innovation and progress. Next slide, please. So, the hope for the future is the universal healthcare law. That is what has changed. And I think what will be the game changer of the future. Next slide, please, of nursing. So let's move on. We know that President Duterte signed the law in 2019. Next slide, please. We also know na ito coverage para sa lahat. Mataas na kalidad na care, abot kaya. Next slide, please. These are the features. Next slide, please. Yung 98% na coverage right now, I think we have a mic that is open. Can we request the mic to be muted for now? Okay. So, yung limited coverage magiging 100%. So, it would be coverage for all. Next slide, please. So, here's the reality. The number of doctors in the Philippines as of April 2020, tignan niyo po yung region ninyo. Okay. These are dwindling numbers. And so the reality is we need physician extenders and independent practitioners who might be able to extend care to those who are unable to reach, who are unable to have access to care. Next slide, please. So this is the statement of the president. Sabi niya, by automatically enrolling our citizens in PhilHealth, it includes free medical consultations and lab tests. The Universal Health System law will guarantee equitable access to quality. So this is exactly what I am referring to. The universal healthcare system is the key to improving access to care of many Filipinos. Next slide, please. So ito po yung career progression framework of nursing in the Philippines. There are 3 paths now to leading up to the highest form of nursing practice here in the Philippines. First is the clinical practice pathway. The second is the education pathway and the leadership and governance pathway. These are going to be released or have been released, I think, but not in terms of a legal framework at this point. But this is what our Board of Nursing, this is the framework that our Board of Nursing previously and presently are looking at in terms of progressing our career as nurses. And why do I say that? Because, yung advanced practice nursing, ang pathway po niya is the clinical practice pathway. Next slide, please. So here are the nurse practitioner role responsibilities. These are just some of the nurse practitioner roles. Makaka-order ng diagnostic test, prescribe chemo, conduct cancer surveillance, develop policies and programs. Again, we are going to tailor fit it to what our country needs. So right now, what our country needs is primary care. So many of our nurse practitioners will be primary care nurse, advanced nurse practice nurses. Next slide, please. And then, of course, the Board of Nursing will have to apply a regulatory model, because right now the model isn't there because we really don't have the practitioners yet. I know that CHED is also regearing, retooling to ensure that our master's programs will be able to help promote this new role. And of course, there is a technical working group that is working under Bon Caridumlao to put forward the in terms of our nursing law, this new role, this expanded role. Next slide, please. So here are what we believe. This is a model that we found, but this is not exactly where we're at yet at this point. There will be a regulatory pathway. There will be a pathway through experience as well, because experience is going to have its equivalents in terms of units. Next slide, please. Here na are the types of primary care advanced practice nurses. So we will have a similar setup here. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, then there will be acute care APRNs, but yung mga nurse anesthetists and so on are probably not yet going to be the focus. It will be nursing in GIDAS to ensure that there is access to care in those areas. Next slide, please. So, like Dr. Lopez has mentioned, collaborative, interdisciplinary care and education we need to focus on. And this is our attempt at ensuring that we have a collaborative model to work with. We will work with our physicians in a collaborative fashion. There will be referrals that will be made. We will work as teams. Next slide, please. And we will have a scope of practice, a collaborative model scope of practice that both parties are going to sign. The collaborative physician and the collaborating advanced practice nurse. Next slide, please. So there are a lot of studies out there. I don't need to belabor the fact that nurse practitioners, CNSs, etc., have provided a positive impact and contribution to outcomes in healthcare. Next slide. So this is actually the focus, yung mga geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. So those of you young nurses who are out there, who really are looking for a plan to make a meaningful or significant life, ito na po yung chance natin once our law gets passed, the new law that we are, the bill that we are trying to push, we are inputting this new role of the 21st century in the Philippines. If you are at that point where you are thinking, what have I done so far in my life and what will I devote my life to? So we are finding a way now to ensure that you still are able to do your purpose, but you don't have to labor under conditions where you are not paid properly and that there are no kinds of institutional support for you, that we will provide an alternative to working abroad. Those of us who have no choice but to stay here, why? Some of us, no, because we choose to take care of our own families, for example, of our own community members, of of the Filipinos who are sick. Yan sana we are trying to push that this becomes a reality, because Filipinos deserve that. They deserve good quality care. Next slide, please. So, my dear audience, my dear ladies and gentlemen, let us leave this world a little better than you found it. So, ito na po yung mga takeaway messages ko and call to action. First, remember that the future of nursing here in the Philippines is dependent on every action that we take today. So, every action that we take today, every courageous action that we take today, in terms of pushing nursing, is going to build nursing of the 21st century, for at least for Filipinos. Number two, our daily actions determine our tomorrow. Number three, each one of us have to be leaders, changing our workplaces and championing nurses' causes. That is how to get to 21st century nursing. Okay. In the past, we used to think, anong ginagawa ng PNA? Anong ginagawa ng whatever? Anong ginagawa ng mga nursing leaders, etc. The time for that is past. I think what we need to do is really, in our own small ways, change our circles that we influence. We each need to take on a leadership role. We do not what we do is, if we have that mindset, there is a collective tipping point that will be reached and we can get united in terms of purpose. 'Di ba? Yun ang mag-unite sa atin. The purpose of our desire to improve care to all Filipinos, to provide access to care to all Filipinos so that it becomes equitable. If you believe that you need expert help because you are not in any way, uh, shape, or form capacitated for the things that you want to do, you want to start a petition in your hospital or in your LGU to improve the plight of nurses or the salaries of nurses, I will say that if you need expert help, you can find the help that you need. How? By going through your professional organization. For example, you have this deep desire to write the board, your local hospital board, to say that nurses' plights need to be improved, but you don't know how to do it. Okay, we have a committee for legislative action uh, in the Philippine Nurses Association, and which also has access to a lot of experts. So kung talagang kailangan ninyo ng help, you tap us. Okay? I don't mean me lang ha, because there are a whole slew of experts that are available through our professional organizations, no? At saka hindi lang PNA, nandyan yung ANSAP, diba? Nandyan yung ADPCN and all the other subspecialty groups or specialty groups. We also need to reflect on how much support our country and our own countrymen need, and provide our services proportionately to our needs to help our own families. So I hope I am very clear in my takeaway messages. Leave this world a little better than you found it. Next slide, please. So if a window of opportunity appears, don't pull down the shade. You need to just breathe in the air, and you need to face the challenges. Like I said, if there is a need now to push the bill, to push the proposed nursing bill, we need every hands on deck. So when we get ready, we will request you through the Board of Nursing to support this new bill that we are pushing forward. And if you add your voices to that, I am sure that our voices will be heard. Very appropriate nga talaga yung message ni Dr. Lopez. Next slide, please. So today, there is this vicious cycle ba of, ganyan na talaga dito, ngayon ganyan na talaga ganyan. Ano pa ba ang magagawa natin? Wala naman tayo sa posisyon. And then, so what happens? There are no goals, or very bad goals lead to bad action, bad seeds, and then bad results. So it's a continuing vicious cycle. Next slide, please. And so we come to the point of learned helplessness na. To the point na sige na lang, umalis na lang tayo dito. Kasi wala namang mangyayari Well, this is a refrain that I hear nurses say all the time. And that is a condition called learned helplessness. Hindi natin naiintindihan na, yung pagsasabi pala ng ganun, learned helplessness yun. So what is it? It is the belief that we can't change the course of negative events, that failure is inevitable and insurmountable. And where did this concept come from? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. From this experiment by Dr. Martin Seligman, ano ang ginawa niya? He had a dog placed on one side of this corrugated part. Tapos meron siyang parang barrier. Every time the dog would step past the barrier to this, nagkakaroon siya ng electric shock. Every time that dog that tries it again, parang Pavlovian kasi itong experiment. Okay? He will again stop. And then after that, he will stop again kasi there is always this electric shock. So what did this dog learn? The dog learned not to escape kahit na wala namang reason to anymore kasi na-learn na niya yung helplessness. Later, all they had to do was cross to the other side, but they didn't even try. And this is similar to what's happening here now. We just stay where we are or we leave. And that's learned helplessness. There is a name for that pala. The dogs had learned they were helpless to avoid the shock and just sat there and took it without trying to. And so it is for many of our countrymen who are nurses. Sometimes we say, we cannot do anything. It's not going to change no matter what. And I'm here to tell you that as long as each one of us takes on this badge of courage, that we can, in our own little ways, be leaders and change what we can change in our circle of influence, then, my dear nurses, there is nothing we cannot do. We can do it. Okay, next slide, please. So let us now turn that learned helplessness into a virtuous cycle of good goals, good actions, good seeds, and good results. Next slide, please. Because our future depends on what we do today. So today, we are not going to just stand by, and we are not just going to say, anong ginagawa ng ganyan. We are going to say we will take our future in our own hands, and our collective effort will reach us a tipping point, and we are going to let people know who we are, who we Filipino nurses are. And here is what we want, we need. Focus on our patients' needs. We want to be able to provide care to Filipinos who are unable to do that because of infirmities, because of poverty, because of being disadvantaged. And that becomes now our purpose. And then our actions will follow. Next slide, please. So just to let you know, I also have a YouTube channel. I invite you to please, after these sessions here, to please go to my YouTube channel. And the reason why I started ARB's Best Life, yun po ang pangalan ng aking YouTube channel, is to spread more good vibes, spread the way that I think towards a larger audience. And I think, if I stretch the minds of a lot of people, we get to a tipping point where we can change the future of nursing here in our country. So please po, may I request you to subscribe. Nandiyan naman yung like and share sa ARB's Best Life. Thank you po. And next slide. I appreciate your giving me this forum to share my thoughts with you today. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Borromeo, for your very informative lecture. Indeed, the nursing profession is starting to change with all the innovative ideas developed to improve our healthcare delivery system, especially with the advancement of technology, which will help us to improve our care. I would like also to acknowledge the YouTube channel of Dr. Borromeo, which I personally follows and subscribe. We will now award the Certificate of Appreciation to our speaker. The citation reads, Philippine Nurses Association Incorporated Region 6 Council, Western Visayas, Philippines awards this Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Annabel R. Borromeo for her valuable involvement as plenary speaker during the 2021 PNA Region 6 Summer Conference with the theme, Nurse, a Voice to Lead, a Vision for Future Healthcare, conducted via Zoom on May 21, 2021, from 8 o'clock a.m. to 12 o'clock p.m. Philippine Standard Time. Signed, Aris Kindel R. Bungabong, President, PNA Antique Chapter. Signed, Dr. Leia P. Alayon, Governor, PNA Region 6.
Thank you to all of you. Shout out to Dr. Noel Cadete.
Thank you very much, Dr. Borromeo. Before we start with our second plenary speaker, let me first acknowledge our nurse leaders who are with us today. Mr. Noel Cadete, former PNA National President and PNA Region 6 Governor. Ms. Ruth Telma Tinda, former PNA National President. Mr. Jomar Divano, Chair of 2021 PNA House of Delegates. Dr. Euphemia Octaviano, former BON Chairperson. Mr. Jerome Babate, Filipino Nursing Diaspora Network Secretariat Director. Dr. Remy Fernandez, former BON member. We also have our speakers for our day 2 for our summer conference. Honorable Merly Salvani, member of the Board of Nursing. Dr. Nerissa Herial, Nursing Director, National Kidney and Transplant Institute. And Mr. Joaquin Sapol Jr., Nurse 6 of the West Visayas State University Medical Center. Our second plenary speaker is a man who doesn't believe in luck and fortune. He is a graduate of the College of Nursing of Tomas Claudio Colleges. His perseverance opens the door of becoming an academic scholar and was supported by people who believes in his capabilities. This paves way for him to finish and graduate as cum laude. After passing the nursing licensure examination, he took and passed the midwifery board examination. While working as staff nurse at Hospital ng Baras and teaching at the Tomas Claudio Colleges College of Nursing, he enhanced himself at the Tomas Claudio Colleges College of Education, took up supplemental subjects of education to qualify him to take licensure examination for teachers, which he eventually passed. He is a registered nurse, a registered midwife, and a registered professional teacher. He finished his Master of Arts in Nursing and is presently preparing for his presentation of dissertation proposal, needed to complete his academic requirements of the course Doctor of Philosophy, major in Educational Management. Despite becoming engrossed in his educational development, he still finds time to engage with other worthy activities. He is the 2019 Vice President for Programs and Development of PNA, Governor for PNA Region 4 for 2017 to 2021. He is also a member of the Sigma Theta Tau International, the Honor Society of Nursing, a nurse advocate, and an active member and past president of the Rotary Club of Lakeshore Rizal, a non-government organization. Because he loves in engaging to social services and serving humanity. He is the present Dean of the Tomas Claudio Colleges College of Midwifery and the National President of the Philippine Nurses Association, who believes that he who seek it, find it. Therefore, seek knowledge and you will find wisdom. Today, he will be discussing on the topic advocacy, a professional responsibility for nurses. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our second plenary speaker this morning, President Melbert B. Reyes.
Oops. Thank you for the generous introduction. I will let me share my slide first. Okay, so to our beloved Board of Nursing, represented by Honorable Salvani, our past president in PNA, Governor Leia Alayon, the regional governor for Region 6, other nursing leaders today, present today, past presidents, no? I think marami sila dito ngayon, HOD chairs, and the different officers of PNA. The host chapter PNA Antique headed by Dean Aris Kendall Bungabong and all the officers, Region 6 Council, chapter presidents and officers, to all the speakers, especially to our keynote speaker, Dr. Lopez, and Dr. Borromeo, one of my mentor, my advisor, no, in my journey in PNA this year. Thank you for sharing your precious time with the PNA Region 6 and to all the nurses present today, good morning. No? So parang very hesitant ako to start kasi yung advocacy akala ko madali lang madali lang siyang i-deliver, but putting it into slides na medyo mahirap pala. Okay, plus dagdag pressure yung sinundan ko is my mentor, no, really my advisor in my stint in PNA, no, kaya yan, good luck to me. Yan, so good morning to every one of you. Ano po ba yung advocacy? Advocacy, according kay Kumaring Miriam, no, advocacy is to act or advocate. Advocate means one who pleads the cause of another, supports and promotes the interest of a cause for someone or something. So yun daw yung advocacy. Ano naman po ba yung advocacy in nursing? Advocacy in nursing is an important concept, especially in practice. Kayo po ba, kung kayo tatanungin, pwede nyo po bang ilagay sa chat box, ano po ba yung pananaw nyo about advocacy in nursing? No? One or two words. What is advocacy in nursing to you? Ay, walang nagsasagot. Can you please type in the chat box? What is advocacy to you? Promoting nursing as a profession, compassion, support, positive image of nursing. So good to know that you have a diverse answer. But most of all, yung po, patient, no? Advocacy in nursing centers no, on the advocacy, on patients' advocacy. No? Yan. So helping, supporting, and guiding our patient. It is all about patients being a patient's advocate. Sabi nga ng American Nurses Association, the protection, promotion, and optimization of health and abilities, prevention of illness and injury, alleviation of suffering through the diagnosis and treatment of human response, and advocacy in the care of individuals, family, communities, and the whole population. So it encompasses all. Wherever yung practice of nursing is, no, there is advocacy. The American Nurses Association also addresses the importance of advocacy in its code of ethics. Specifically, the nurse promotes, advocates for, and protects the rights, health, and safety of the patient. Clearly, advocacy is the key tenet of nursing. No? They focuses on preserving human dignity, patient equality, and freedom of patient suffering. So tama po yung mga nakalagay sa chat box, no? Focuses on patient primarily. Okay? So the following forms of the basis of nursing advocacy, no? Yan. Preserving human dignity, patient equality, and freedom from suffering. Preserving human dignity talks about nurses with a unique position that allows them to integrate all aspects of patient care, ensuring that concerns are addressed, standards are upheld, and positive outcomes remain the goal. Then patient's equality, healthcare system is constantly changing, both in terms of organizations and technological advancement. That's why sabi nga ni Dr. Borromeo, we need to be the change agent, the catalyst for change. With these changes come shifting regulations related to the delivery of care and health services. Nurses must remain above the fray, advocating for patients with compassion and respect for the inherent dignity, worth, and uniqueness of every individual, unrestricted by considerations of social or economic status, personal attributes, or the nature of health problems. And the last one is freedom from suffering. Nurses enter the profession because they have a desire to help others. Nurses is indeed a social, a service profession. The core value of helping to prevent or manage suffering is a significant part of this. This can be achieved at physical, emotional, or psychological level, and is one of the most important aspects of patient care. nursing professionals should be available for patients and their families as advocates for their well-being. From a very basic perspective, nursing advocate ensures the voice of the patient is being heard and respected. In this role, as patient advocate, the nurse guarantees the decisions and needs of his or her patients are the primary concern of doctors and other healthcare professionals. The advocate often makes a certain standard procedures and medical ethics followed and may serve as a liaison between the doctor and the patient or the patient's loved ones. Being with constant interactions with the patient, nurses are ideally positioned to be advocates. A successful advocacy for the patients makes the work of nurses promote the healing process. That's healing. I'm sorry. Republic Act 9173, the Philippine Nursing Act of 2002, mandates that nurses should observe the code of ethics for nurses and always uphold the standard of safe nursing practice. Then therefore, it concludes that advocacy is a nurse professional responsibility. Nurses are primarily responsible for the promotion of health and prevention of illness. Sabi po yan, as stipulated in the Section 28 of RA 9173. Oops. The Code of Ethics for Filipino Nurses. As promulgated by the Professional Regulatory Board of Nursing Resolution 220 Series of 2004, Article 3, Section 8 provides that registered nurses are the advocates of the patients. They shall take appropriate steps to safeguard the rights and patient's privilege. Article 3, Section 7 lay down the scope of nursing practice and ensuring optimum standard of quality nursing care. Article 3, Section 9 observe guidelines of registered nurses in respecting the patient's Bill of Rights, providing patients of their families and their families with all pertinent information except those which may be deemed harmful to their well-being. Uphold the patient's right when conflict arises regarding management of their care. So clearly po, it is stipulated in our Code of Ethics as mandated by the RA 9173 to be followed and obeyed, that advocacy is part of our job. It is indeed part of our daily lives in our practice to advocate for patients' rights and privileges. And therefore, advocacy means responsibility and accountability. To what? To ensuring patient safety and ensuring the delivery of quality healthcare. Responsibility. Ano po ba yung mga responsibilidad natin? No? We are responsible to our own action as professionals, gearing towards ensuring patient safety. Understand the scope of practice and duties of our role and refusing to undertake activities outside the scope of practice. And we are accountable to report any behavior that endangers client safety, provide clients with adequate information about their care, maintain high ethical standards of own practice, and follow policies and guidelines of employer to ensure delivery of safe nursing care and the likes. So it is about responsibility, taking the responsibility and the accountability for care. The nurse role as caretaker and protector of patients is a cornerstone of nursing ethics, and every nurse works at some level to improve patient care and ensure a patient's needs and ensure patient needs are being met. Code of Ethics for Filipino Nurses reminds us to be aware that our actions have professional, ethical, and moral and legal dimension. We nurses must strive to perform their work in the best interest of all concerned. So who are nurses legally, ethically, and professionally responsible to? Siyempre, to ourselves, to our clients, to our employer, and the nursing profession. So masyado po palang malaki, no, yung advocacy in terms of being responsible, no, legally, ethically, and professionally responsible. Nursing advocacy is the practice of promoting patients' rights, making improvements in the healthcare industry, and portraying a positive image of nursing community. Advocacy is a pillar of nursing. Nurses instinctively advocate for the patient, their workplaces, and the communities. Nursing advocates have a powerful voice in the formation of healthcare policy. Katulad ng mga binanggit ni Dr. Borromeo kanina, that we play a key or a vital role in health policy making, no? Nursing advocates nurses should take part in campaign to further the ethical and safety aspects of patients' care. To achieve this end, some advocates become involved in political action, lending an insider's view of the industry and pinpointing those areas that need to be changed. So sabi nga kanina, we must take a step in political advocacy. We need to somehow take into consideration entering the arena of political advocacy. So legislative and political advocacy in the arena of healthcare are very important. Nurses who lend their voices can shape the future of healthcare. So that's the importance when we enter into the arena of political or policy advocacy, legislative advocacy. We can help reshape the future of healthcare. So how can we advocate for the future of healthcare? Why do we have to think about it now? Siyempre, di ba, ang gusto natin, we should, or the learnings that we have, and continuously we are learning with this experience in with our COVID experience, di ba? That we will be able to come up with guidelines and solutions, to protect the future of healthcare, to be ready with whatever comes in the next years to come. So the ICN describes the future of healthcare and how nurses will be a vital or a key player towards achieving the best for the people's health, And one of those nga is to be a change agent, an advocate. So the ICN recommends, for us to be an advocate of people's health, we need to transform healthcare and find nursing solutions. To achieve this vision for the future of healthcare, as advocate, we need to help address the inequalities and social determinants of health, the fractured relationship between health and other sectors, and the view that health is the sole responsibility of health professionals. Nurses must be actively involved and engaged in creating a healthy community. As members of the profession with the broadest understanding of the individual and their health needs, nurses are vital to the effort to address the various aspects of enabling health and building healthier communities. Health is not just the responsibility of the health sector, not a sole responsibility of a nurse, but goes beyond healthy lifestyle to well-being. That is according to WHO. So ICN recommends that the following as nursing solution. The country should have a government chief nursing officer or CNO, And I think our government is moving towards that. Actually, one of our speaker was part of the TWG, in the creations of guidelines, for the CNO, and hopefully it will be included, I think it is included in the new nursing bill na pinag-uusapan niya. Have a specialized nurses in infection prevention and control, been involved in decision-making terms on government policies related to COVID-19. Di ba? Experts should be included in the policy making, in terms of response to health crisis. Okay? No, katulad ng mga bansa who, like Australia, they have a specialist nurse effectively working to stop community transmissions of COVID-19. So look at Australia now, di ba? They are the most successful countries. They belong to the most successful countries in stopping community transmission. So we need to have an infection control specialist then that will have a voice in a policy making in responding to this health crisis. Have a senior nurse leader been included and effectively utilized in higher level of decision making? So kanina pa po yung pinapaulit-ulit, in policy making, decision making, in terms of health, kailangan merong nurse. Diba? We in PNA are happy with the turnouts of events and the recognition that is being given to us. Minsan nga lang alanganin, diba? Like the PRC recognizing our proposals and recommendations for the May 2021 NLE. But then, happy pa rin tayo kasi we are starting to be parang recognized, Bakit ko po nasabi yan? Kasi the Department of Health is now calling PNA. Dati po tayo ang nagre-request ng meeting. Ngayon po sila tumatawag sa PNA, to have a solution on certain problems na dinadala nila on the table. The DOH is working hand in hand with us now, and we are happy with that. Regarding the demotions and many more, yung demotions nakikita nyo naman sa updates, sa PNA Facebook page natin at kung ano pa yung mga ginagawa natin towards yung problem natin sa demotion. So recently, nung May 11 or May 12 during the International Nurses Day, kasi nung May 11 po nagpatawag ng meeting ang Department of Health to come up with a joint resolution for their proposal on salary grade 16 for nurse 2. Para lang hindi siya magpareho sa salary grade 15 ng nurse 1 na dadalhin sa Malacanang. And hopefully maging positive yan at na maging favorable yan sa atin mga nurses. So meron tayong resolutions na ginawa with the Department of Health. So nurses are vital in achieving universal health care. They must, the government must recognize that. Diba? We must adhere in achieving universal healthcare law that was discussed by Dr. Borromeo. Remember that the health of communities directly affects the wealth of the nation. Kaya naman, the government is trying their best to somehow address problems to achieve the dreams of our own universal healthcare law. Health for all towards health. All for health towards health for all. Ang tanong, sapat ba yung best effort? Because universal healthcare law involves investment in manpower, meaning more opportunities for nurses and other healthcare workers, more plantilla positions because it is what the future of healthcare requires, bringing health into the doorstep of the people. Huwag nga lang po sana daanin sa job orders and contractuals kasi ayaw natin yan. I see and firmly believe vision for future healthcare is that health and the economy are viewed as inextricably linked. This means that government, policymakers, and health systems reevaluate their priorities, accountabilities, and performance to ensure pandemic preparedness, effective vaccine distribution, improved population health, and access to care to support a post-COVID-19 economic recovery. Universal healthcare must be an investment. And this means investing in the health workers, particularly nurses. Actually po kanina bago po ako mag-enter dito sa inyong Zoom, dito sa ating conference, I was interviewed by the ZXL, a radio station, and it was emphasized there, kung bakit ba pinipili ng nurses lumabas outside the Philippines to work, to look for a better opportunities. Yung mga salaries was compared, and surprisingly we are at the bottom, among Southeast Asian countries. So Asian countries, we are at the bottom. May mga countries na pareho lang tayo ng economic status, but then they are giving more importance to healthcare. Diba? Katulad ng sa Pilipinas, salary grade 15 is amounting to 33,000. Pero po sa Vietnam, ang salary ng nurses nila entry level is 60,000 plus. Doble. Ano po ba yung Vietnam? India, Indonesia. Halos pare-pareho lang po tayo ng economic status, but they are giving more importance to their people. Okay? So yan. So Kaya po naman, patuloy nating iniintindi yung sinasabi ng ating government, PNA, na magdudugo yung kaban ng ating bansa. Pero pag tinitingnan din naman natin kasi yung mga ibang perceptions, like bakit yung ibang bansa na pareho natin ng estado ay nakakapagpasweldo ng enough para sa kanilang nurses. Sabi nga nung radio anchor kanina, kung ang nilalagay natin yung mga PNP nurses sa isang hospital at binibigyan ng parehong salary, then masusolusyonan natin yung augmentation, yung shortage dito sa ating staffing. We have to look into the possible effect for advocating for advanced nursing practitioner. So hindi na po natin yan i-elaborate because diniscuss naman yan ni Dr. Borromeo. No? So we support, PNA supports, no, yung advanced nursing practitioner, and I think it is included in the new nursing bill. We need that to address primary care, primary health care of our people. The changes to healthcare delivery due to COVID-19 cannot be underrated. The combinations of lockdowns, quarantine, misinformation, high bed occupancy rates, and other more, no, brings a dramatic transformation in the public response to seek care when needed. Evidently, the use of telemedicine across the world has increased dramatically during the period of pandemic. Nurses across the world have been at the forefront of system transformation in an effort to provide quality, safe, accessible healthcare. Their call to duty has meant that despite the challenges set before them, they continue to treat and care for patients in extraordinary, difficult situations. The innovations and advances in healthcare need to be harnessed and remembered for future generations to build upon. We are living in an era of misinformation and information overload, which is extremely harmful to our communities. Ang tawag nga niya ng WHO, di ba? Infodemic. Kasabay ng pandemic, yung infodemic. This can cause harm to public health and the response effort because false information erodes public trust in health workers. Officials, health organizations, and governments that are leading the fight against COVID-19. Moving forward in restoring public confidence and trust requires concerted effort and a multitude of strategies. No, so we need to advocate for truth, no, and the correct information regarding, no, health crisis. Hindi dapat puro fake news, no. Totoo po yan that it erodes public trust, no. Actually, nung mga panahon po na nakasagsaga ng surge ng COVID-19 yung this year, March, April, no, pagka po ini-interview tayo ng radio station and TV at may nakakapanood sa ating mga Pilipino, may mga nagme-message po sa akin, may mga threats na wag niyo na kasi palakihin pa yung issue na hindi naman totoo ang COVID-19, no? Masyado lang ine-emphasize ng media, no? And political, whatever. Pero hindi natin naman, no? Hindi natin alam kung paano ipapaliwanag sa kanila na yung mga hospitals ay punong-puno na talaga during that time. Diba? So it erodes public trust indeed. Poor health literacy leads to poor health outcomes. We need rapid support disseminations of evidence-based information to health professionals. Poor communication and confused messaging reduce public trust and confidence in health system. So we should undertake an active role in health literacy. No, this is one part, no, that we need to advocate. Research, education, and health promotion. Before COVID-19, there were significant challenges affecting yung mga vulnerable peoples, with numerous failures plaguing the system. One of the possible reasons for this is the devaluing of older people. Vision for future healthcare must consider vulnerable populations. Failure to do so will only exacerbate the barriers to healthcare faced by these populations and widen health inequalities. Public health nurses having been a key part of leadership during the current public health crisis. They have been rapidly deployed on mobile strikes, teams investigating case contracts, delivering health education, vaccination, diba, contact tracing, etc. Kaya naman po, sa lahat po ng ating mga community health nurses who are present today and across the country, we salute you. In behalf of Philippine Nurses Association, we thank you for your service and sacrifices. Then, Advocacy also encompasses supporting nurses to leverage a better healthcare system. Ito na pumapasok yung policy advocacy. This refers to the support being given to nurses in protecting their rights and advancing their welfare. No? Welfare of Filipino nurses. Nursing organizations around the world have played a critical role in highlighting these issues, advocating for change with policymakers and health system leaders. In addition to their advocacy role in representing the nursing profession, nursing organizations like PNA have been instrumental in supporting nurses with professional practice standards, personal and professional development, opportunities for networking and collaboration, emotional and psychological support, and many other essential functions. That was according to the International Council of Nurses. PNA, on its 99th year of existence, is trying its best to amplify the voice of every nurses to plead for nurses' rights and what is due for nurses, and leading the nursing profession and nursing and healthcare related to issues concerning nurses. Okay? The calls for action by ICN for investing in nursing, ensuring nurses have a seat at the decision-making table, improving the education of the profession, and building and retaining the nursing workforce are now being echoed by the international organization and leaders throughout the world. Thus, PNA and other nursing organizations should push it forward now for the government to recognize the importance of nurses in health policy making. Like what Dr. Tedros said, no country, hospital, or clinic can keep its patients safe unless it keeps its health workers safe. The WHO Health Worker Safety Charter is a step towards ensuring the health workers have the safe working conditions, the training, the pay, and the respect they deserve. No? So it is. All this time, COVID-19 risk nurses were required to work under conditions that posed substantial and inadequately understood risk to their overall health and well-being. COVID and the response from many countries and health system has required the nurses jeopardize their own safety, even here in the Philippines, and that of their loved ones in order to provide care. Looking at the future, we must be prepared always for any health crisis. A good preparations can protect nurses and other health workers that put their lives in the line for their own fellow human beings, no, fellow Filipinos. No? Yeah. PNA is working towards unity, a unified nursing voice. Kaya naman po, my great advisor here, Dr. Borromeo, suggested a quadripartite action. That's why we called for meeting with the PR bond, the ANSAP, and the ADPC, and to come up guidance documents that will ensure safety of nurses, no, to anywhere they work. Okay? So, babalitaan po namin kayo dyan once nagkaroon na ng mga output yung ating mga trabaho regarding quadripartite actions. Okay? So, we thank the PR Board of Nursing, the ANSAP, and the ADPCN for welcoming that idea and for helping us finding solutions to certain problems that nurses are facing now. Professional nursing has been a major driver of improvements to patient care, effective health policy, and efficient business models. Nurses are at the forefront of care, working on the frontliners undertaking vital roles. Nakakalungkot yung mga naranasan ng mga marami sa ating kapwa nurses. Discriminations and other experiences showing how the public value us. Nurses must be respected for our wisdom, knowledge, and insight into the matters of health. That's why we need to advocate for our profession. According to WHO, despite years of calling for greater investment in nursing, historical inadequate workforce planning, lack of policies or weak implementation, fragmented responsibility, and a lack of political leadership have all contributed to healthcare workforce crisis. Prior to COVID-19, workforce shortage were the biggest issue facing healthcare delivery. Kaya naman, it adds up to this problem of pandemic, no? Kasi bago pa mag-pandemic, ay kulang na tayo. In the Philippines, we have been crying out loud for this problem. Actually, not with the lack of manpower, but the problem that contributes to it. Compensation and benefits value and the respect that we deserve. No, we must advocate for the nursing profession, for Filipino nurses. Kaya naman po, marami pong suggestion yung mga government agencies natin. Ngayon po may tumawag na ano po raw ang pananaw natin regarding opening nursing schools, no? Ililip daw ang moratorium for nursing school. Hindi ko po sinagot yun. Ang sinagot ko, that is not the problem and it will not answer the problem, the current problem. Kahit pa po dagdagan natin ang dagdagan ng mga nursing graduates natin, ang tanong po, magtatrabaho po ba sila dito sa Pilipinas, no? Kasi maraming factors yung pwedeng maging maka-apekto sa kanilang desisyon para magtrabaho dito sa Pilipinas. And primarily, that is salary, compensation, and benefits. So siguro, yun yung mas mabuting tingnan para po ma-encourage natin ang ating mga nurses to work in our healthcare institution. Sabi nga ni Mark Britnell, how can people deliver compassionate care if they are not cared for too? Paano ang mga nurses magdi-deliver ng compassionate care if they are not cared for too? Diba? Yan. Naniniwala naman ako na tayo namang mga nurses, we always deliver our best regardless of situations. But then, mas masarap magtrabaho kapag nararamdaman natin na tayo ay pinahahalagahan at binavalue. Kaya po tuloy po nating itaguyod ang adhikain ng PNA Region 6, patuloy ang laban. Paglaban ang bawat karapatan ng ating mga nurses, saan man tayo dalhin ng pagkakataon. Okay? The pandemic has overwhelmed many countries, hospitals, and health systems, and highlighted gaps in the health workforce. As a result, workforce dynamics rapidly transformed in order to meet the demand. Despite the undeniably negative impacts, this unprecedented event also presents an opportunity to reimagine and reshape the nursing workforce. There is a really need to advocate for advanced nursing practitioner. All nurses benefit from advancing the nursing profession and as a result, amplifying nursing voice and visibility within healthcare system worldwide. Nursing is well poised to promote best practices and standard of the care for the future. Currently, there are lots of talks ongoing with the PR bond and the TWG and other concerned agencies. As I've said, it is included in the new proposed nursing bill. While the COVID-19 pandemic has rapidly shifted how students are learning, it has also exposed existing gaps in what they should be learning. Clearer than ever before are default lines in our health and social system and the inequities that exist in the world. Health system redesign is urgently needed to meet the challenges of the future and achieve universal health care. Sabi nga ni ICN President Kennedy, nurses serve humanity, and by their actions, they protect the health and well-being of individuals, communities, and the nation. This is why we are the most appropriate advocates for people's health. The right person to advocate for people's health, because nurses are central to the designs of health systems that focus on public health, preventions, and primary care. Nurses help people to adjust the way they live so that they can enjoy long, happy, and healthy lives, a comfortable one. They help individuals and families at the heart of what they do and what will never change. But the pandemic required innovative approaches to nursing care, including the use of technology to aid from a distance. Nurses have been involved in finding innovative ways to interchange technology into practice in a way that maintains safety and people-centered holistic care. The problem is yung gap between yung readiness of the people regarding a technologically advanced care, So ang role natin is advocating for their for informations, helping them, supporting them, for this kind of transformations. Florence Nightingale is indeed right that nurses are the frontliners in ensuring access and equity to healthcare. This should be the focus of our advocacy. Our vision for future healthcare includes health systems that are sustainable, equitable, ethically based, and fit for the future. So this might be an opportunity, for advocacy. Yung how can we pit, no, healthcare in the future. For our vision to become reality, we need governments to invest in people-centered healthcare that reaffirms genuine values of nurses and respects to human dignity, a people-centered compassionate care in the health workforce, in nursing education, and in nursing education. In our vision of future, healthcare, the nursing profession is actively involved, engaged, and at the heart of the health system decision making. So yun lang po, simple. We need to be involved in decision making regarding health policies. Okay? Kaya naman, let's pick up, fight for our rights, unite and act together because there is strength in number. Together, everyone accomplishes more. Diba? Yan po tayo papunta sa PNA. No? Yan po yung isa sa natutunan ko kay Dr. Borromeo. Inclusivity. Listens to everybody. Diba? Yan. So, we need to act. Okay? Ako po, kaya ako nag-join ng PNA because I heard Dr. Borromeo in a conference. Sabi niya, if you think there is a problem, if you think that's your own perception, diba? If you think that there is a problem, do not add to the problem. Be part of the solution. Kaya naman, feeling ko may problema, diba? Because I was a PNA president before and seldom that I, no? Yun. So parang sabi ko, tingnan natin what we can do with PNA. Kasi if we can naman, then why not? Diba? Kaya I entered PNA. So yung pong mga maraming gustong sabihin sa PNA, the emails and other social media platforms of PNA are always open to listen to your sentiments. No? We need nurses to be change leaders that guides people through the transition from where they are to where they need to be, which means getting people to think or act differently. Maintaining positive image for nurses is another key part of nursing advocacy. We also need to raise the profile of nursing. This entails making certain those in the nursing profession are portrayed properly in the media. Nursing advocates may be called upon to take on the film and television industries, no? Like in an attempt to enhance the reputations of nurses and the respectability of the vocation. That's why hindi ko po maintindihan why on early part of my term, no, when yung mga sunod-sunod na problem regarding nurses, kung paano sila pinoportray ay nabash pa rin, di ba? Hindi ko po maintindihan why nurses think that our actions, no, for yan and this one, no, ay para daw napaka-sensitive natin. It is because of these premises that image of nursing should always be protected. Okay? Hindi po siya pagiging sensitive, but pushing forward an advocacy of raising the profile of nursing. Yan. Public understanding of nursing varies widely and is often distorted. The fact is that very few people understand the breadth of roles and responsibilities of modern nurses, and that means they do not deeply appreciate the outstanding value of nursing. Kailangan po na i-value tayo ng tao para po sila mismo yung lumaban para sa atin naman. Di ba? We are advocating for them, then the people should advocate for us too. Di ba? Yan, para it's better kasi katulad ng sinasabi ni Carl David, we do not sell ourselves. We do not sell ourselves, but we sell our stories. Di ba? Yan. Kailangan natin ng malasakit. So, hindi po natin pinalagpas yung mga ganitong issue. Sabihin nyo po man na sensitive ito, but we do not want nursing to be portrayed, no, on a perspective na hindi masyado maganda. Like for this one, hindi natin dinidimi ng katulong. For we all know, hindi naman po katulong talaga ang proper name, proper term to call our kasambahay. Diba? Because sa dictionary, katulong is someone who help you. Diba? So hindi natin dinitipin ang mga katulong dito. Katulad ng issues ng ibang nurses. Ang gusto lang natin na ipahayag is bigyan ng mas appropriate value, no? Yung isang salita na mas appropriate for nurses. Katulad ng katuwang, di ba? Or somehow tagapangalaga ng may sakit rather than katulong. No? We have our own jurisprudence. Okay? Also, the film Tililing, di ba? Sumulat pa tayo sa MTRCB patungkol dito para hindi siya mapalabas. Napalabas pa rin. Buti na lang flop, di ba? Yan. Why? Kasi masagwa po yung film na yan. Pagpapanoorin nyo talaga. Yung nursing cap, no? Dinumihan, tapos yun, nilagay doon yung dumi, whatever. No? So, iyan ay simbolo ng karangalan at dignidad. Kahit pa may nagsasabi na may mga study na it adds to the whatever, no, source of infections, kung ano man yan, still cap is a symbol of our dignity. Okay? So we denounce that film, no, yung tililing na yan. Also, when we heard the nurses are portrayed as commodities, no, a bargaining chip for vaccines, no, agad-agad po tayong pumunta sa the Department of Labor and Employment, no, kay Secretary Bello. Ito po si Undersecretary Bisperas, yung katabi ko, siya po yung nagsabi nung terms na naglagay doon sa media, no, very controversial statement na nalagay sa alanganin yung Department of Labor and Employment. Then, but we do not know, they explained na hindi ganun ang kanilang pinatutungkulan, but still, no? Yan, we do not, hindi natin ito tolerate. We do not tolerate those agencies or individuals that portray nurses as commodities. No? Hindi po tayo papayag dyan. Then, as an advocate, it means that nurses, you've got to stand to your ground even when it isn't easy. Because advocacy is part of daily practice of nurses. Be an advocate. Why? Kasi sabi ni Dr. Seuss, unless someone like you cares, a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. Diba? Sabi nga, nung kilala nating si Dr. Lea Pakis, kung hindi ikaw, sino? Kung hindi ngayon, kailan? No? Yan. There was a saying nga, di ba? We need to make the positive so loud that negative becomes almost impossible to hear. Indeed, advocacy is a nurse professional responsibility. Okay? So when I saw yung topic na binigay sa akin, I read, no, The Power of Intention by Dr. Wayne Dyer. May nagregalo kasi nito sa akin years ago, pero hindi ko pa siya nababasa. And I think the power of intention is like, is connected with the advocacy. Intention is generally viewed as a pitbull kind of determination, propelling one to succeed at all costs by never giving up on an inner picture. Advocacy needs to have a clear intention, attitude that combines hard work with an indefatigable drive towards excellence. No, that is the way to succeed. Sabi niya nga, no, these are mga quotes na nakuha ko dito sa libro na to. Change the way you look at things and the things you look at change, di ba? There are times na ang alam lang natin sa advocacy is patient's advocate, no? There are parts of advocacy na kailangan natin yung policy advocacy, no? Promoting positive image of nursing, di ba? So yan, so we need to change that in order for us to advocate for our patient, ourselves, the community, and the people's health. You were intended out of love. You must be loved in order to intend. Ganun yan, di ba? Katulad ng mga nararanasan natin dito sa ating profesyon sa Pilipinas, no? Filipino nurses are parang out of love in the nursing profession. That's why we have lots of nurses in the Department of Education, Bureau of Fire, di ba? Bureau of Corrections, and PNP, in the call centers, di ba? Kasi para yung isang relasyon, di ba? Mahal mo yung isang bagay, pero pag hindi ka minamahal, ano ba namang reason para mag-stay ka? Di ba? Ganon. So sana naman, kapit lang nurses, no? Alam natin na masyadong marami tayong pinagdadaanan, but still, let's have a positive outlook na there will still be rainbows, no, after the rain. You cannot solve a problem by condemning it, no? Yan, yun yung sinasabi natin lagi, no? If you think that PNA should act on something, no, tell us, no? Tell us. There are times kasi hindi yan nakakarating. No, there are lots of things that needs to be addressed, no? Kaya there are times may mga neglect tayo. So we are very sorry for that. Kaya naman we are encouraging you, no? Rather than ranting in social medias, tell us, no? PNA has an open communication. Okay? That which offends you only weakens you. Yung mga nakakasakit, yan, at ini-entertain natin nakakasakit, ay makapaghihina lang sa atin. Sana yung mga masasakit na bagay na na-experience natin dito sa nursing profession, no, being a Filipino nurse, ay gamitin nating opportunity, no, to advocate for nurses and our profession, for the nursing profession. This new way of seeing will enable people in your presence to feel comfortable and peaceful, and to indirectly be yan. Bring accomplices to your connection, no? So what is this new way of seeing? No, advocacy. We need to advocate for ourselves, for our patient first, for ourselves, and for people's health through policy making, no? Hindi naman kasi laging para sa sarili lang natin, no, yung advocacy, diba? And always remember, when we advocate for nursing profession, we are also advocating for the primary reasons of our responsibility to patients advocate, to advocates for patients. Kasi, diba, pagka nakikita natin, nakulang ang manpower, we advocate for that. Oh. So, diba, advocate for nursing rights kasi at the end of the day, no, yung patient safety, no, the delivery of quality healthcare to people din naman yung magiging outcome niyan. Okay? So, as a closing remarks, if the future of healthcare is like opening a Pandora's box, no, yung mga opportunities for future of healthcare, our responsibilities and accountabilities in the future, if it is like opening a Pandora's box, then do not falter. Nurses, open it. Do not close your eyes and never cover your ears out of fear. We should open the Pandora's box. Let us do it. There will be disasters and misfortunes, but there is also hope. We must find that hope for the people, their health, and for us nurses and the nursing profession. Netflix-inspired Pandora's. Diba? Nurses of Region 6 and sa lahat po ng present today, Happy International Nurses Week, Nurses Month, no? International Nurses Day pa rin. Okay? We salute you, nurses, and on behalf of Philippine Nurses Association, ipinagmamalaki po namin kayo, nurses, Filipino nurses, kung nasan man kayo, our unsung heroes. Maraming salamat po sa inyong serbisyo at sakripisyo. Mabuhay ang Filipino nurses, the best for Filipino nurse, for the Filipinos, and the choice of the world. Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataong ito, PNA Region 6. Congratulations to this very successful convention, and more power to all of you. More power to PNA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Melbert Reyes, for your valuable insights. Indeed, our advocacy as a nurse is empowering our profession to improve our care. It makes us more responsible to deliver the best care and to be the voice of our patients in attaining optimum level of wellness. So we stand and unite together for the betterment of our beloved profession. We will now award the Certificate of Appreciation to our speaker. The citation reads, Philippine Nurses Association Incorporated Region 6 Council, Western Visayas, Philippines, awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Mr. Melbert Reyes for his valuable involvement as plenary speaker during the 2021 PNA Region 6 Summer Conference with the theme, Nurses, A Voice to Lead, A Vision for Future Healthcare, conducted via Zoom on May 21, 2021, from 8 o'clock a.m. to 12 o'clock p.m. Philippine Standard Time. Signed, Aris Kindel R. Bungabong, President, PNA Antique Chapter. Signed, Dr. Leia P. Alayon, Governor, PNA Region 6.
Thank you po.
Again, thank you very much, President Reyes. At this juncture, we will proceed with the interactive discussion. All throughout the series of lectures we had this morning, we gathered clarificatory questions from our participants in the dialogue box. We also have the opportunity to have these questions be answered directly by the speakers. Some of these questions, however, was already answered by the speaker, but for everybody to hear it directly from them, we will have to do it one by one. The first question will be for Dr. Lopez from Mr. Ryan Alabado. Okay, we will proceed to Dr. Borromeo from Miss Donabel Abdullah. So the question, ma'am, is these advances in technology is truly overwhelming. It seems humans as healthcare members are easily replaceable na by AI and robotics. Does this entail lowering in demands of nurses po in the future?
Dr. Serwin, are you asking me or are you asking Dr. Lopez? Kasi you mentioned
Ah.
both of us.
I am asking po, ma'am, ikaw.
Okay,
This
sige.
question is for you from Ma'am Donabel Abdullah po.
Okay. Ma'am Donabel, thank you for your question. Sinagot na kita, but anyway, for the benefit of everybody else, I do not in the near future see that there will be no more need for nurses. Kasi as long as our patients need touch, as long as our patients need a listening ear, as long as our patients need compassion, I do not believe that those competencies are translatable through robots. Kaya siguro, sabi nga, the prediction is baka medicine and law might go away earlier, might not be needed earlier than nursing, anong nangyari? Than nursing, which kasi requires us to physically touch our patients, assume the functions of daily living that the patient is unable to assume. So maybe in our lifetime, hindi pa, but eventually siguro, eventually, but later than the physicians and the lawyers.
So thank you, Dr. Borromeo. We have another question. I guess this is for President Reyes. What is the action of the Philippine Nurses Association on the recent issue on the demotion of Nurse 2 to Nurse 7 due to the implementation of salary grade 15 for Nurse 1? What is the current status of these concerns?
Since day one of our term, we are acting on it, no? Marami na po tayong ginawa dyan. We talked with the Department of Health, no, regarding their memorandum to hold, no, yung implementation as per stipulated by stipulated in the DBM Circular 2020-04, no, or -4. Ang nag-create kasi ng problem na yan yung circular ng DBM, the infamous DBM circular, no, that demotes the position of nurses from nurse 2 to nurse 1 and so on and so forth. Diba? We were trying to contact DBM, the DILG, because the implementation was in the DILG to the local government units, but they have no reply. But then we are trying also to find other solutions. There are nurses in the, I think, Negros in this region, no, may mga chief nurses in Negros who wrote letter to President Duterte na nakasisi si PNA, and we are helping them in providing them with documents kasi may mga kinakausap silang politician that leads to a House Resolution 1616 through the efforts of Abang Lingkod Congressman Paduano. No? So we thank the congressman because up to this moment ay mayroong House Resolution 1616 na naglalayong dinggin o imbestigahan po yung DBM Circular 2020-4. Also, the recent parang hindi kasi ino-honor ni DBM yung DOH circular na nag-hold ng implementation ng DBM circular. So ang nangyari ay gumawa ng aksyon ang Department of Health na magbigay ng proposal to DBM na wag sanang gawin yung nurse 2 ay gawing nurse 1 or i-demote to nurse 1, no? Nurse 2 will be given salary grade 16 para naman hindi sila pantay. There was a resolution, there was a joint resolution by Department of Health and the Philippine Nurses Association last May 12 na ibibigay sa department sa Malacanang, no, to support the proposal of the Department of Health na nagsi-circulate sa social media, no, sa DBM. Okay, so dalawa po yung ating inaabangan sa demotion na yan. Yung action ng Congress through House Resolution 1616 and the Department of Health action directly sa Office of the President sa Malacanang, no, with the different resolutions of the different organizations at ang PNA po ay isa doon nung May 12. So wala pa pong updates as to this moment, but we are praying na yung magiging result nan will be favorable for nurses.
Thank you very much, President Reyes. We have here another question. I guess this is for Dr. Borromeo. Ma'am, what is the current status of the advanced practice of nursing in the Philippines?
Okay, if you're talking about the law, so I will answer in two fronts, no? About the law, the proposed law, the proposed bill. It has already passed the lower house. Ang sponsor po natin is si Dr. Rufus, Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, and he was able to successfully steer it through passing in the lower house. So right now, and our Board of Nursing advocate is Dr. Kari Dumlao. Siya po yung leader in that aspect. She has now already submitted it to the Senate, and our sponsor there is Senator Bongo. And we are just awaiting for advice on when the hearing would be so that then this can move forward and move to parang plenary. Okay, so that's one. And then on the front of the sa education naman po, that the CHED, CHED is also now working with the deans, with the ADPCN, also now working with, I believe ANSAP is also being conducted to ensure that the curriculum is aligned. There is also a technical working committee working on those. And then on the actual practice, meron naman po talagang nagpa-practice na as advanced nurse practitioners in cases of exigency and emergency. Kaya lang, what we want to be able to do is protect those of them who are practicing right now without the benefit of a law, diba, to support them in case nga anything happens. And so that is what we want to be able to now put forward. So that's the state of where we are at in advanced nursing practice.
Thank you very much, Dr. Borromeo. We have here another question. I guess it can be answered by either Dr. Borromeo or President Reyes. So the current pandemic, the COVID-19, caused burnout, no, by some among nurses, no, in the grassroots. They temporarily left the profession and they will just have to return when the pandemic ends. What will be, I guess, the best suggestion for them?
Sir Mel, you want to answer first and then me?
Can you repeat the question, sir?
So
May tumatawag.
the pandemic has brought about by COVID-19 gives burnout, no, which led to temporarily nurses leaving their profession. According to them, they will just have to return after the pandemic ends, which eventually defeats the purpose of our profession. So,
Yeah.
what will be your suggestions for the nurse managers or to the nursing administrators or even among these nurses with regards to the current issues of
Yeah.
resignation or them leaving?
Sir, thank you for that. Katulad ng sinabi ko kanina na sinabi ni Mark Britnell, if we will not love those who give love, those who take care of our patients, then they will leave, di ba? Ganun. So ang importante po for nurse managers is to ensure safety of our nurses and to ensure that their rights are always putting into priority. 'Di ba? Kasi pagka ang nurses naman ay nararamdaman nilang protected sila and they are safe, they will stay, 'di ba? Kasi we all know na yung nursing naman, we nurses are inclined with service, no? We love service, we love giving service, no? We love caring for our patients. Kaya lang there are times kasi that there are factors that contributes, no, na mapapaisip nila, are we safe or are we protected? So primarily yun siguro yung dapat nating tingnan, no, for nurse managers to always ensure safety, no, of our nurses, give them the protections that they need, give them the rights or every yung bang compensation, benefits, no, push forward for the proper and accurate, appropriate salary and compensation for our nurses. Dr. Borromeo.
Dr. Serwin, thank you. Dr. Melbert. What I would like to say is there is this proposal that I have been talking about. We tried to do it at St. Luke's, but then, I retired in 2017, so we were not able to push this idea forward. But perhaps the ANSAP can take it as a project. I do not know. Anyway, Dr. Jerial is here. She could take a look at it. But the idea was for those who have left the country, who have the skills, who are now back in the country and who are not tapped anymore, they need to be able to work in what I will call a premium pool. And a premium pool is a pool of nurses who are happily mobile, meaning to say they can be assigned on a per shift basis to augment certain deficiencies in temporary staffing, temporary augmentation of staffing on a per shift basis. Of course, they are not employees of the hospital. They are paid as independent practitioners. Therefore, as soon as they provide the care in the unit that they have given, they normally will be able to get down to the cashier's office and get their payment for the day. There will be no benefits paid them because nga they are parang on-call practitioners. Now, this as a proposal is being put forward. However, it has to be vetted by, of course, the DOLE. Kasi everyone, we want to make sure that the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted on any proposal like this. But I think that would be a very good model to pursue. And I hope the ANSAP will consider it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Borromeo and Sir Reyes. Actually, the last question was already been answered by Dr. Borromeo. So again, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, and that ends the day one of our PNA Summer Conference 2021 with the theme, Nurses, a Voice to Lead, a Vision for Future Healthcare. This is being sponsored by the Philippine Nurses Association Region 6 Antique Chapter. We hope to see you tomorrow on our second day. Once again, I am your host, Dr. Sherwin Wallace, saying good day, God bless, and keep safe, everyone. I also request our panelists to put on their cameras for a picture taking with our plenary speakers. Okay, we'll be taking pictures